Yeah.
Good evening. Welcome to the December 11th, 2025 Northampton Student Advisory Council meeting. I'm Jean Louise Shara, the Chair of the School Committee. I'll be presiding this evening. This meeting is being held both remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic and in person here in the community room at JFK Middle School. This meeting and all participating will be audio and video recorded. And to call the meeting to order, I will ask Cassie to call the roll, please.
Mayor Shara.
Here.
Member Gacy. Member Weissenfreund.
Here.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Present.
Member Stein.
Present.
Member Hennessy.
Present.
Member Miller.
Here, yeah.
Member LaBounty.
Present.
Member Agna. Member Davis.
Present.
I have to admit everybody.
Oh, okay.
I was helping. Sorry.
Are there members in the waiting room? Oh, no.
Yeah.
But we do have a quorum, yes? Yes. So, tell me when you're ready, Cassie. Is everything?
Recording in progress.
There.
Okay, terrific. Great. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
We're ready to hand it over to you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. This is the first SAC meeting with a full committee. Today we're going to be doing a presentation on bathrooms, which we've already talked to you a little bit about. And we were going to do it on a different topic, but we decided not to because usually less people show up to SAC, so we wanted more of the school committee to hear it. So you'll hear about that during the school committee meeting.
Oh, okay.
But thanks everyone for coming tonight. I'm very glad.
And we first we'll do a line of introductions just so everyone knows everyone's name.
I'm Edie Adams Cernal.
And you're
I'm a sophomore at NHS.
I'm Anna Lucia. I'm a junior at NHS.
I'm Zara. I'm a senior at NHS.
I'm CA Lowe. I am a sophomore at NHS.
Oh, and Cassie, can you share the slideshow?
We're doing the bathroom presentation
Yeah.
now? Okay.
Bathrooms. This is our presentation on bathrooms, and we're the Student Advisory Council. So, why we are talking about the bathrooms. Many students are arriving late to class and or missing large chunks of class, leading to gaps in information because of how long it takes to go to the bathroom in the high school right now. Each school year, there's an issue with bathroom closures. We've already brought your attention to this in previous meetings, but we felt that there needed to be a full presentation.
So this slide here is a little table on how often bathrooms have been closed. We meant to track it every day, but we did forget for a couple weeks at a time. But you can see that when we do track for about a week, you can see the large chunks of time where a bathroom is closed every day. Primarily the second floor boys' bathroom, but like also there's been days where 2 of the bathrooms for one gender are closed, meaning 1 bathroom left, and that bathroom is usually taken by people that are skipping, so you can't really go to the bathroom. I've also heard complaints that they're more closed in the morning, like first period and flex time, which though not as many people probably need to go to the bathroom during first period. Some people that come to school early for clubs or they just have to be at school earlier may need to use the bathroom and can't during that time.
So, looking at the vast amount of closures, I'm sure you're asking yourselves, why is this happening? And there are 4 main reasons that we've identified along with our school administration. So, one of the ones you probably heard the most about is vandalism. This costs us, I'm sure, thousands of dollars every year. And most of it comes from destruction in the bathrooms where there isn't security cameras, because it's illegal, or adults that are witnesses. Nope,
I'm sorry.
thank you. Drug usage. This year we've been told that it's a record number of pot smoking incidents, and most of this happens in the bathroom. Lots of vaping. Even if the bathroom isn't closed for this reason, it's something that disrupts everyday bathroom use. I can attest every day. And when I say every day, I mean every day. Most people can stay in the bathroom, but it takes way longer because there's large amounts of people, and this creates tardiness to class. Because of the lack of cameras, there's also an ability to skip while in the bathroom, because obviously you can stay in a stall, and there's no camera in the outside area of the bathroom either, and hall monitors can't catch you in that scenario. So there's usually 5 people in the big stall doing who knows what, and for a very long period of time. And so then that creates a large amount of buildup, and especially during passing period and flex, even if everyone's trying to use the bathroom responsibly, there just isn't enough bathrooms for the amount of traffic that they see, and that also causes high usage, which can lead to uncleanliness and create bathrooms being closed. And if you move to the next slide, this is an incident of vandalism that was shown to us in one of the boys' bathrooms at our school on November 21st. So as you can see, it reads Kirk, presumably in reference to Charlie Kirk.
So we were thinking about some potential solutions. One of them is more attentive hall monitors. Often, you will see hall monitors on their phones, just sitting in the hallway. They don't do anything about people going into the bathroom, obviously vaping, obviously staying in there for a long time. Also, often you'll see people sitting with the hall monitors and just talking with them during class periods, which is they're obviously skipping, and the hall monitors see that. If the hall monitors were more attentive and checked the bathrooms more frequently, this could easily help or stop the buildup of students in the bathroom. Hall monitors could also catch people skipping, using drugs, and lower those factors as well. This could improve classroom attendance and additionally decrease vandalism, overall lowering the frequency of bathroom closures. One other idea is stricter teachers. Some teachers don't write up or attempt to stop students who leave for long stretches of class or arrive late. There is technically like a soft rule that you can only go to the bathroom for 10 minutes, but often students leave the classroom for longer, and that isn't noted. If teachers who did this were to be more strict about the amount of time students are allowed to be gone with the bathroom pass and set firm standards for those who are repeatedly late, this would significantly lower the amount of students in the bathrooms and help prevent other factors or bathroom closures, drugs, and vandalism.
And I'd also like to add that there's like a lack of standardization of what the policy is. It's like, if all the teachers were enforcing the same thing, I think it would be easier to, like, the level of strictness could be helped by that as well. Okay, any questions?
You mentioned cameras a couple times. That's not a solution that you're, sorry, I don't know why it's so echoey. What, you're not suggesting?
Well, it's illegal.
Yeah,
Right.
no, it's illegal. So it's just like one of the reasons that people are able to skip or just stay in the bathroom for so long is that there's no cameras to see them doing that.
As you can see, it wasn't on our list of potential solutions.
Right. I just thought it was unusual that you mentioned it, so I was curious why. Any questions? Yeah, members.
I've heard the bathroom issues for a while, and I've heard a number of these things that you're representing here today to us from community members and constituents. And I'm wondering if, from your perspective, things have gotten worse this year. It seems like there's a record year for potentially for drug use in the bathroom based on what you're sort of gathered here. But I guess, what's your sense, having been in the school for at least a couple of years, of how things have been going? Because we've asked for updates on this. We've asked the various principals to do something about this. And so far, it seems like it's not working.
Okay. I will say, I think that this year, you cannot be in a bathroom without having people go into that bathroom. Like, even if you enter and there's no one else in there, there's going to be someone else who comes in there during the 3 minutes you're in the bathroom to do something that the bathroom is not intended to be used for. As far as previous years, I can remember times when I have been alone in the bathroom from other years, and I can remember times when, it was like one bathroom in the school, not all three. I remember, so just today, actually, I had a funny conversation with one of the hall monitors, and she was like, I was going to walk into the bathroom, and she went, "You might want to try upstairs. That one's, you might want to try upstairs." And I was like, okay, so I went upstairs, and the same kind of things were happening upstairs. Then I went upstairs, and the same things were happening upstairs. So then I just went back to class because I gave up. This is first period also, so I think it's gotten worse.
And it seems like the solutions that you're suggesting are sort of multifaceted. Some is about what teachers could do and what hall monitors could do, and sort of like some consistency across how all teachers sort of monitor and police who's in and out of the room or missing class.
Yeah.
Is it also, I guess the question is sort of a complicated question, and it's just because you know the spaces so intimately and the students and the flow of things. Do you feel like if there was a change in those areas, and there was a change with hall monitor sort of, I don't want to say culture in a negative sense, but like what they're authorized to do and what the building culture is to support them in doing, do you think there would be enough staff, or do you think there still needs to be additional monitors, or like, if we could implement these things, is there enough people to make a difference? Yeah.
I don't think I'm qualified to answer that question. I think that that's a question for Mr. Taglieri. I think that in general, consequences at our school tend to be decently, thank you for your attention, will tend to be decently laissez-faire about certain policies. I think that this is something that I've been discussing with teachers about our cell phone ban that is forthcoming. I had one teacher tell me today, I love the idea, but we don't enforce the rules we already have at this school. And I think that this is one of those rules.
Thank you.
So what Dr. Bonner was sharing was that Diane Zamer's on the Zoom. Principal Taglieri couldn't be here today because he's at a conference. But if we had questions, she's available. Hi. Oh, back to saying that it's sort of a record year for, I don't know what's happening, for for drugs or for vaping or marijuana. Is there data? Like, where are you getting that from? Like, are these infractions, and we know that's more than usual, or?
As far as the record for pot smoking, we were told by our advisor, Ms. Sullivan. She told us when we were talking about bathrooms.
She said that multiple times. I did not ask her for a source. I kind of took her word for it. I did also hear, it's not that phrasing exactly, but something similar in one of our cabinet meetings with the administration. But again, Ms. Zamer could definitely shed more light on the actual statistics, if there are any.
Okay. Would, I think you should be able to unmute.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Hear me.
Hi, everybody. So, hi students. I see you on the screen. Yeah, so it is no surprise, as this has been coming up for a long time, that the bathrooms are a struggle. The actual, it's interesting. So I think it was when Mr. Worley was our principal, he somehow got us 3 campus monitors. And I can't remember that whole process. And he got us campus monitors who were supposed to be dedicated for this very, very situation, hallways and bathrooms. Our teachers don't have duties, so we needed some help in the hallways. The reality is those 3 get pulled often. Actually, we needed someone had a shift in the IEP, and we needed another person for a class. So the one female campus monitor we have is actually not in the hallways for 2 of the periods. We also, they're pulled often, right? If a teacher is gone or we don't have enough coverage, sub-coverage. So it's really inconsistent. And that's really tricky. But part of the reason that we do have more this year, it's not weed, it's actually vapes that we're seeing an increase in this year. So many more vape infractions, and it's because we have hall monitors who are going into the bathrooms and trying to disrupt that. So it's helpful. that we have the people when we do have them, it's too much, one hall monitor, one female hall monitor who's doing maybe escorts for safety plans. And sorry, I'm gonna have to let my dog down 1 minute. And is being pulled for coverage in a classroom, it's very hard. So I think I don't have the data because Mr. Tagliari could not come, and I just found out I was coming to help answer any questions. I wish I had the data, and I can certainly get you that for the vape, but definitely, I just know from what we've been dealing with that the vape use has increased, or identifying it, actually, and following through with the consequences for that has increased this year. There was something else. Was there another question in there?
I also, this would be a good time to talk about the new hall pass system.
Yes.
I think that this is very relevant.
Are you prepared to talk about that?
I could definitely talk about it. Yeah,
Awesome.
I mean, it was brought to my attention after the presentation had to be submitted, so that's why it's not in it. But we're going to be having a digital hall pass system. It's going to be piloted at the end of break and then possibly implemented second semester. So what that will look like is students logging on to some kind of system and signing out, and on the administrative end, they can put caps on bathroom limits. Students will have to say which bathroom they're going to. They can make it so certain students who have like safety plans that cannot be together won't be able to leave class at the same time, and they can track obviously at what time you left class, and it'll be able to hold students accountable. So if a hall monitor comes into a class or into a bathroom and is like, time to go back to class, and the student says, I just got here, well, we have the actual time that they left class. And there's naturally a couple concerns that we can think of. I was just thinking this morning, I was sitting in band and I was like, okay, well, unless we have a Chromebook in each classroom where you can sign up, this will not work for band because you can't just open your computer in the middle of a rehearsal. But we're trying to have it be a computer for each classroom, but we don't have enough Chromebooks, or maybe Ms. Amer, I know we were discussing possibly using the MCAS Chromebooks, but I don't know is that a go? Right.
That's what we're attempting, yes.
So we're possibly going to be using.
There is an ability for kids to do it on their individual Chromebooks, but there's a kiosk option, which is what we all prefer, and it makes it a lot easier, and it's less distracting. And a great point about band. You can't do that in a band. So we're trying to find, we'll have to use MCAS. And so on MCAS administration days, those will have to be used and updated. But I think that's our solution for now. Yeah. For the pilot.
And that should make it an easy transition on the student end too, because it won't change the way you sign out so much. It will just change because if you have to open your computer, it's like a completely new system. It's just going to change the way it's done. So I think that I've definitely heard some pushback, but I feel like this is something I can stand behind, and I think it will be more successful at stopping the bathrooms than the phone ban. But that's just my personal.
Member
Can I say one?
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I also, the Smart Pass is a great way to gather data, right? So if we take over a week and we're able to notice, wow, this kid's escaping period 1 this many times, and then we're able to intervene in more meaningful ways. What's happening in that class for the student that the student is trying to leave or trying to get passes out of that class. So I'm really excited for the follow-through that it will allow us to have. Again, tracking data on students' use can only help us know how to support the kid to stay in class.
Yeah, what Ms. Zamer said actually just reminded me of something with finding out why people want to miss class. I was talking to a parent like a month or two ago, and she was saying how as an English language learner, it was hard to just be in a classroom where you didn't understand. And so she would like go out of the classroom to just so she could take a break, and that was a reason why she would leave class a lot.
And also, what Ms. Amer was saying reminded me that students, that one of the things that I had talked about in that meeting was like, if you're not, like the level of instruction has to meet the standard we're going to be holding our students to, because I've been in classes where I have left for very long periods of time because it was boring, there wasn't engaging work, the hostile environment, yada, yada, yada. But the point is that I was talking about the instruction. I think that this way of collecting data will also be really helpful for holding teachers accountable to a certain level of teaching as well, similar to what Lucia was saying.
Member Weisenford?
Hi, and I apologize. I'd like to look at you, but the mic is over here, so I am talking to you. And welcome, and I'm glad you're here. I heard you raise this issue several months ago, and I've been really concerned about it ever since then because I understand what a huge quality of life issue it is. You're in that building all day long, and I would not want to be in your shoes or want my kid to be in your shoes, so I am very appreciative that you keep bringing it back, and I would like you, please, keep bringing it back until it is solved. And I've asked every time that we have a report on it, that we have some kind of solution on it. And I'm very, very happy to see your data, to hear more about your experiences, and please continue to be persistent because we need to figure it out together.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We will continue to collect when the bathrooms are closed. We can try to be more on top of that, like every day, and we can look. I'm interested to see how these digital passes, like interested to see if there's like a change that we can see in this. It'll definitely be interesting.
Member Agna?
I have a comment and a question. My comment is thank you, Ms. Samer, and the students for bringing up the issue of engagement and why people might need to go for a break. And the ways that you've described it, I just really appreciate. It's not about discipline, it's about trying to figure out what works for kids. So thank you for that. My question is, are you in touch, or is Dr. Bonner in touch with other districts? Are they experiencing some of these same issues now?
It's a national.
And that's something I would have guessed they would be, but I thought I would just ask that question.
So, okay. Member Agna, it is a national issue, and when superintendents, when we gather, we talk about some of the issues at the high school. But something that was not mentioned this evening is the fact that we have students who are vaping and using substances. And so, what are we doing in terms to change or address that behavior? So that.
Dr. Bonner it was definitely mentioned.
Well,
but like briefly, I can agree. We were confused on the semantics. Is that the word? Yes, but
On the substance.
the substance. We clearly don't use them.
Yeah, so it really is a national problem, and it's something that we have to kind of be proactive with and work with our families, because the other mention is our caregivers also, in terms of helping us address some of the issues that some of the children bring into the school buildings. So those are some other concerns that we it's a larger issue. It's not just addressing and stopping the behavior, but it's really helping our young people who have a reliance on these substances or relying on isolation when there's something not right in the classroom. So, but thank you.
I think, yeah, that's really important. I also think that one of the big problems here is that a lot of these kids are neglected. Their parents don't really care.
Yeah.
And so I wish that we could just go to the caregivers and be like, your students are doing this, but I know people who their parents are their suppliers, and they are encouraging this. This is fine for them.
See, and as a community, we're going to have to address that. So schools are known to be the parental locus, so we are really going to have to step up the plate in terms of our wellness programs, our classes that really should be teaching some things around that. But there has to be an alternative when you're anxious or when there's a reliance on something. There needs to be an alternative, and we have to build in those strategies and structures. So we'll be asking you all for some suggestions come that way, and I know Diane Zamer and Megan Harrison, as well as Ben, who could not be with us this evening. He had a conflict and also an obligation this evening, but they care about the whole student, and so it's a larger concern, not just the fact that you're unable to have that access. So.
Member Servey Cox?
Yeah, excuse me, just a quick question. I'm sure you said this as you were talking about the digital passes, but when are they being implemented?
I believe they're being piloted when we come back from December break, and with a few classrooms, and then to be largely implemented at the beginning of second semester.
Okay. And then my other question for Dr. Bonner, when you were talking about the national issue, it sounded like you were talking about substance abuse and young people using isolation, when they're feeling stressed or overwhelmed.
Yes.
I wonder if maybe, and I think it was member Agne's question, was if other high schools are seeing these same issues in
Yes.
terms of the bathroom
Yes,
issues specifically.
They are. Yes,
Okay.
specifically.
And how are there other ways that other districts are
So
addressing
other
that?
districts usually
Yeah.
have a detector for vaping in the bathrooms. That's one, but it doesn't cause a decline in the use of vaping.
Okay.
And then being able to get an administrator there to be able to actually catch an individual. That's another issue. So that was one, and then. Taking the doors off the bathrooms, so it's an open kind of facility, but we have stalls. Oh, yeah.
Not taking the
Oh,
doors
yeah.
off the stalls.
No,
them off
the main door.
main door.
So it's still
Oh, okay.
open to the hallway, so you can't gather, you can't gang up. You have to go in, use the facilities that have the multi-stalls. And then, so that's one. I know that we would probably never go for that, so those are some of the different alternatives, but it is an issue. It's an overall issue.
Yeah.
So it's not unique to Northampton.
Sure, of course.
And I thought I kind of said that when I said it's a national. Okay.
Yeah, no, I was making sure that you weren't just talking about the substance
Oh, yeah. No.
piece, but that the relationship then to the bathrooms as well.
Yes, absolutely.
So, two thoughts. One, just directly on what you were talking about the bathroom doors. I remember when I was in high school, years ago, that they often would just prop the doors open to the bathrooms. And, I mean, I went to a high school that was at least more
They do
than
that.
double.
The doors are never closed.
Yes.
You can tell that the bathroom is closed. You can tell the bathroom is closed because the door isn't open.
So taking the main door off the bathroom, it sounds like,
It's not going to be an
It's
issue.
not the-
Yeah, Diane is shaking her head when
okay.
it says.
Yeah, we
Says
prop the doors, and sometimes that's actually why they are closed, and we don't know if someone can remove the pin, and we keep them locked in case of a lockdown. So if someone lifts the pin and it closes, then there may be a bathroom closed that we don't know about.
Interesting. Okay. And then just the last thing is an observation that when I hear, something like utilizing isolation as a coping mechanism, I see that in my own household. My sweet kid is in the very back of this room right now with her headphones on, isolating, not necessarily because she's stressed, but
Yeah.
that has become a new norm in a way that that it sounds like is very new and different. And just to highlight, this year as we were out, as all of us were out in the community talking to folks, heard a lot of confusion about, why, the schools are, the pandemic's over, so the schools don't have those needs anymore, right? And I think, yeah, of course it's not true. That's my point. And so I think this is just another another piece of information for me about that.
When you started talking, you shared an experience. So
Yeah.
when I was serving as a high school principal, we had a couple of student lounges. So the isolation would happen in those lounges. It was an open space, but if someone needed that downtime, just to kind of renew themselves or refire, reignite, they had that space, but it was open space, so it wasn't closed off where other things could happen. The other thing is too that we have adjustment counselors. We have that space, but students have to feel comfortable to go to those spaces. So.
Sounds like we need more third spaces. I'm sure the people from Reconnect would agree with me on that one.
Yeah.
Anyone who hasn't spoken yet? Okay, Member Stein?
Yeah, I share all of the concerns about a lot of these social changes that we're seeing in many areas of life and a lot of the challenges that students have that came out of the pandemic. I agree. I also don't want to eliminate or minimize what I'm actually hearing and is specific to our high school. We heard a very practical and particular strategy to try to address this, which I think is good. And we also heard that we don't have enough staff. We heard that we're getting staff pulled to cover IEP services, safety plans, et cetera, on a regular basis, which means we don't have enough staff to monitor this problem adequately. And I also wonder how much break time is needed because kids are in overfull classrooms all the time. But I really think we need to think about this. And the idea, given what we know about the caseloads for the counselors, that there's somehow this availability that people can always drop in, if we made that a real option, could we handle that, given what we know about those caseloads? So I want to be very crystal clear that there are resource issues here that may be exacerbating our particular problem, when there are also larger general social issues that other places are dealing with. But if we write it off entirely as, oh, well, this is, these sort of generational problems, other schools have issues, we don't really attend to our particular needs. And I hope that when we begin to hear from the alt team and their budget asks for what a budget is going to look like in the fall, we see some real concrete things that take into account the domino effect of not having enough folks to cover IEP services, not having enough folks to cover absences or safety plans, so that we could actually more regularly staff these roles that it sounds like we really need. Thanks.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar in response to the guidance counselor comment. I really think that the guidance counselors would be a great option for people to go. Unfortunately, for kids without an IEP, there's only Mr. McMahon, and I know he has appointments back to back to back to back to back all week long, every single week. His door is always closed. He's always talking to somebody. And if he isn't, his door's open. And usually somebody comes in during that little time. And I think if there was another counselor, that would definitely be a resource that people could utilize.
And also, Sean's incredible at his job.
Yes.
10 out of 10 would highly recommend.
Okay, Member Agna, and then we need to move to the other meeting.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. I wanted to echo what Member Stein said about when the principals come together, Ms. Zamer and others, when they have to look at what their needs are. I think obviously they will factor these in. I'd also like to challenge or counter what you said, Member Stein, about it. We're writing it off. I didn't hear anybody writing off this issue. I heard that it's a complicated issue, and I think it's really important that we keep a perspective that it's local and it's also part of our culture right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. And is there a motion to adjourn this meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Okay, motion's been made by Member Seraphy Cox, seconded by Member LaBounty. Roll call, please. Cassie, when you're ready.
Member Gacy?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes. Okay, we are adjourned from that meeting, and everyone good to just roll into the next one? Because we are running a little bit behind. Zach, do we need to do another? Oh. Just keep going? Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Then, good evening, and welcome to the December 11th, 2025 Northampton School Committee meeting. I'm Julie Shara, the Chair of School Committee, and I'll be presiding this evening. This meeting is being held both remotely on Zoom, pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic, and also here in person at JFK in the community room. So it's being held hybrid. And all participating will be audio and video recorded. And I will begin by asking Cassie to please call the roll of school committee.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes, here.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes, present.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy? Present. Member Miller?
Present.
Member LaBounty?
Present.
Member Agna?
Present.
Member Davis?
Present.
Mayor Shara?
Present.
Member Gacy?
Present.
Okay. First up is our school committee norms. Member Davis, are you prepared to
Yep.
participate? Okay, great.
Yes. Can you hear me? Kind of echoey, like that way. Right on the agenda are the norms, if anybody wants to look on those. And I wanted to focus tonight on the norm that is under the how we communicate section that says, come with an open mind, be open to change based on new ideas or perspectives. And I think all of these are important to focus on at every meeting, but I think that that's particularly key because I think it's just vital and it's very hard because we're all human and we all have our own ideas, but the idea of these meetings, of really all good communication, is to say, this is really what I think, I've gathered all this information, but I know that my colleagues also come from a perspective and have intelligence and ideas, and we're supposed to listen to one another, and we might surprise ourselves by what we come up with. So I'd like to focus on that for tonight.
Great, thank you so much. And now we're back to the student representative report. Is the door locked over there?
All of us are gonna be talking, so can we use the podium to do it? Thank you.
And this is the other presentation that's on the agenda, right? Yes. So Cassie should cue that up, okay?
Thank you.
You mean you're not going to read it off your cell phone?
I know, I told him I'm going to stand up here. I think it might be safer.
All right. So first up, we just want to preface this by saying this is a statement made by the NHS Student Union. We are a group of 16 students, 4 elected from each grade. We examine the student experience at NHS and advocate for student needs through collaborative work and communication with the administration. And if you want to contact us, you can email studentunion@su.northampton-k12.us. Okay, can you go to the next slide? In July 2025, the Massachusetts Senate passed a statewide bell-to-bell phone ban in schools, stating, each public school or district shall adopt a policy regarding the prohibition of student use of a personal electronic device. This bill is now up for approval through the House of Representatives and will likely pass. To address this new legislation, Northampton's mayor and superintendent sanctioned an ad hoc committee composed of community members to come up with a proposed bell-to-bell cell phone policy for NPS. While a concrete plan has not been finalized, the superintendent has decided that yonder pouches would be the best solution for our district. The possible disciplinary consequences would be that for the first offense, your phone is taken for the day and a parent is not contacted. Second offense, phone is taken for the day and parent is contacted. Third and subsequent offenses would mean detention and or further disciplinary action or a cell phone plan with the family. Further proposed disciplinary actions were to have parents come and pick up the student's phone from the school or to have the student's phone banned from campus. NHS embraces a relaxed student culture. This policy has molded the student body and staff to be opposed to a punitive approach to discipline. This culture may not mesh well with a strict and sudden phone ban. Additionally, in recent years, there has been a growing concern about school funding in Northampton, and cuts to teachers and electives has become a large issue among students. An expensive investment into what many may consider an unnecessary phone ban has the potential to be extremely unpopular. The student union has been working to provide further solutions and assist the situation in all ways we can. Earlier this year, the student union sent out a survey created by the ad hoc committee to the student body to collect general opinions toward the idea of a cell phone policy and what the appropriate disciplinary actions would be. The responses are reflective of what we outline in the statement.
Okay. The successful implementation of a cell phone ban will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. We have heard estimations of $200,000 and $500,000. Our principal has estimated a need for 2 new staffing positions to enforce this policy. While the mayor has promised funding for pouches, this is negligible compared to the staffing costs that will ensue. Even if these costs are fully funded by the city, it would likely be at the expense of other positions in the district. Phone ban funding would paint the picture of a large increase to the school budget, but in reality, it would be cutting essential positions while funding an expensive initiative. It has been proven that our community cares about teachers and staff. Choosing this project without providing the positions that make our school successful will be a misalignment of our city's priorities. The student union implores that sufficient funding for both this initiative and every other budget line item be provided if a bell-to-bell phone ban is enacted.
When the state legislature passes a cell phone ban, each municipality will be expected to independently fund the implementation in their schools. However, the budget of schools in Western Massachusetts are already stretched thin by lack of funding from the Chapter 70 funding formula. It isn't realistic to expect schools to tackle implementation on their own with 0 resources allocated for a ban decided by the legislator. Accordingly, student union calls for a budget stipulation if the bill is passed to make this feasible for all schools.
The proposed state legislation also prohibits the use of personal electronic devices that connect to cellular networks or internet and that are able to communicate between 2 or more parties, including smartphones, laptops, tablets, and Bluetooth devices. For NHS, this means that the use of personal computers would be banned and that all students will have to start using school-issued Chromebooks. The current school-issued Chromebooks have many issues, including but not limited to bugs, slow loading speeds, and restrictions on apps that can be used for educational purposes, such as YouTube and Google Maps. Removing personal computers is a hefty process. More Chromebooks would have to be bought and distributed, which would add a large amount of money onto the already large bill to introduce a bell-to-bell phone ban. To ensure a seamless transition from personal computers to school-issued Chromebooks, the student union suggests a year-by-year phase out of personal computers, which would end in the 29 to 30 school year. This would entail allowing all current NHS classes to continue using their personal computers if desired, but starting in the 26 to 27 school year, each incoming class would no longer be able to use personal computers. If this plan is followed, personal computers would be fully phased out by the 29 to 30 school year, and all grades other than the class of 2030 would have updated Chromebooks. Consequently, many of the issues with the current Chromebooks would be negated. Another solution would be banning all personal computers immediately and spending the money to purchase new Chromebooks for all grades that do not have the updated Chromebooks.
Teachers and other staff members should be held to the same phone policy standards as students. If the goal of phone-free schools is to help address phone addiction and misuse in adolescents, community support will go a long way. There have been multiple reports of staff members using their cell phones inappropriately, with some teachers playing video games during class, and some hall monitors being on their phones for most of the day. If the policy's logic is that students are addicted to their phones and should therefore be kept off of them, then similar logic should apply to the staff. Also, for students to see a teacher on their phone during class would contribute to a feeling of systematic injustice, which would be in no way beneficial to the implementation of these policies. That is not to say that the staff shouldn't be able to access a phone in an emergency, but it should be limited to that, emergencies. The student union proposes meeting in the middle by giving teachers a Velcro patch to remind them that we're in this as a community without raising concerns about safety in high-stakes situations. This would give staff hesitation before taking out their phones, hopefully enough to stop unnecessary use, but keeping phones in reach for emergencies.
We are concerned that solutions like yonder pouches will immediately be met with harsh student pushback. Vandalism at NHS is already a large issue, and if students are not able to access items like phones that are personal property, they will likely react to such situations with hostility. Between being drawn on, ripped up, maimed, and destroyed within months of getting them, it is expected that pouches will quickly lose effectiveness. The money used to buy yonder pouches will go to waste, as would the pouches themselves. An additional issue is burner phones. Our concern is that the students will use false phones to take the place of the phones locked in the yonder pouches. Students would likely continue this behavior, and the attempt at banning phones with pouches may not work the way the district hopes. There's only so much the district can do to ensure that phones are banned, and students may fight back and ignore the newly determined rules. Ultimately, even if yonder pouches are administered throughout the school, they could quickly go to waste, leaving the strategy of pouches ineffective. While we do not condone the destruction or vandalism of yonder pouches, the student union predicts this issue will be prevalent at NHS based on feedback from students.
With regards to seniors, the legal rights that come with turning 18 bring up issues within this policy as well. When students turn 18, certain rights become their responsibilities. For example, students are able to sign themselves out of school and excuse their own absences under FERPA guidelines. Under the proposed policy, a possible loophole arises. 18-year-olds can sign themselves out, get their phone unlocked, check it, and then sign themselves back in. Additionally, rights regarding education records, including attendance and disciplinary actions, transfer from parents to students. This makes it potentially illegal for parents to pick up senior students' phones, a consequence the proposed plan suggests. Moreover, it creates an equity issue. This enforcement plan is based on a privileged assumption that all NHS parents have the time to drop everything and go to the school to collect their child's phone, which many cannot do due to the responsibilities such as work or young children. Not to mention, some parents simply won't want to pick up their child's phone from school. Given that the phone was purchased by either the parent or the child, phone collection may also be perceived as a deprivation of personal property. It is not within the legal rights of the school to keep personal property, and this includes phones. Therefore, the stipulation of keeping a phone until the parent can pick it up, assuming that some wouldn't be able to until after the school day, can create a situation where legal boundaries are crossed. The issue and the pushback we see from students cannot be boiled down to simple cell phone addiction. Students will see it as a direct violation of their rights, especially for the 18-year-olds who are legal adults.
Junior and senior year students are expected to bear increased responsibility at school. Students may have jobs that require communication or transportation concerns that require quick correspondence. A complete phone ban could cause many complications for these students. Attendance rates for seniors could drop as a result of the phone ban, especially when considering the poor enforcement of the NHS attendance policy. In the second semester, most seniors are not required to attend because they have the required credits for graduation. A phone ban could destroy the little incentive remaining for these seniors to attend school. The student union suggests a parental waiver starting junior year that allows students to have access to their devices with restrictions. A parent would be required to sign off on this privilege. During class time, students would have to put their phones in Velcro pouches, like teachers. During the passing period, students would have access to their phones. This would address many of the challenges that juniors and seniors would face under the phone ban.
The proposed plan for accommodating students who need access to personal devices for medical reasons is to conceal phones in Velcro pouches. The idea is that students with 504 plans can access their phones in a medical emergency, but will be held accountable for non-approved phone use by the loud sound made by ripping open Velcro. However, this plan is a violation under FERPA, a federal law which protects the privacy of students with 504 plans. Forcing students with 504 plans to create a loud sound to access medically sanctioned devices is not protective of the student's personal education records and is unlawful. A new plan for phone accommodation should be developed to protect students' privacy.
Many 504 plans have nonverbal signals in place between a student and teacher that allow an accommodation to be used discreetly. The student union suggests that students who need medical access to personal devices should have a nonverbal signal in place with the teacher that is specifically for the use of these devices and explicitly included within the 504 plan. In the case of an urgent emergency that doesn't initially allow for the use of the nonverbal phone use, or doesn't initially allow for the nonverbal phone signal, students would be responsible for contacting the teacher or using the nonverbal signal immediately after the incident. This would promote student accountability while ensuring that students with medically sanctioned devices can access these devices privately, rather than loudly signaling their usage to other students in close proximity.
A prominent issue that the proposed bell-to-bell phone policy attempts to address is the level of disruption within classroom caused by cell phone usage. While this is an apparent issue in our school, yonder pouches wouldn't eliminate these disruptions. They would simply present them in different forms. For one, Northampton High School has only 3 doors for kids to enter at the start of the school day: the bus loop, the north end entrance, and the main entrance. Even with staff managing these entrances, locking pouches, and ensuring students follow the rules, the magnitude of students entering would likely cause a delay when entering the school. With the many kids who arrive close to 9 a.m., dealing with the line to get into school would result in an overwhelmingly large number of students coming into class past the bell. This would make it difficult for first period classes to start on time. Moreover, the suggested method of communication for students relies on the stipulation that if someone needs to reach a student, they can call the classroom or the office and have them talk on a landline phone. Considering how often people may need to reach students, this method could result in a constant phone calls to the classrooms. Constant calls would interrupt learning time and put even more strain on the main office, which already has limited staff and capacity. It would also worsen the situation for students who struggle with staying focused as is.
Test. Well, as students, we understand why a bell-to-bell phone ban could be beneficial socially, emotionally, and educationally. The proposed timeline for this ban, starting second semester, is rushed and prompts many concerns about its implementation. Successfully implementing a bell-to-bell phone ban starting on January 22nd, the start of second semester, would require an incredible amount of funds, the source of which we still don't know, to facilitate this overhaul. Classroom landlines would have to be rerouted to contact emergency services. Staff would have to be hired to lock and unlock phones. Calculators and stopwatches would have to be purchased. Computer permissions would need to be updated, and the community would have to be informed about all these changes. Landlines would need to be added to new spaces such as the cafeteria, auditorium, and black box theater and gymnasium that currently don't have any. Moreover, they take 6 months to install, which would likely disturb the work environment of students. All of this has to be done in under 2 months, which seems highly unlikely given the many concerns that the most recent draft has yet to address. The student union suggests implementing the ban at the start of the 26-27 school year to give students time to process this change. This would allow admin time to create realistic solutions and give the community time to adapt. A delayed phone ban would ease the inevitable backlash that the phone ban would face, and allow us to be intentional about how a phone ban would be implemented, the impacts it may have, and the ways our community will adapt.
While the student union understands that the proposed legislation will likely force change, the potential issues outlined above raise concern about its realistic effectiveness and equity. Though there are students both in favor of the proposed ban and against it, we can't expect those opposed to be completely deterred by consequences, such as a phone being taken away for the rest of the day and a phone call home. We hope you will heed this union's advice for the successful implementation of a cell phone ban. Hopefully, our community as a whole will be able to get behind our cell phone policy.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, some of you are coming back over here? Okay. Yeah, Member Gazy.
Thank you for that really thoughtful report. I have a report on the ad hoc cell phone committee where I can address many of those issues that you brought up. And I don't know whether you want to wait till later when I do that or whether I should do it now. But one thing I wanted to immediately say is that our proposed timeline is not second semester. It is now, 26, 27 year. There's so much work to be done. So other than that, do you want me to respond to some of these issues, or shall I just wait until the...
Why don't we go through some questions and then if...
Please don't feel pressure to respond also. That wasn't our goal. Our goal was to...
I know, I don't feel pressured, but I have this
She has
report
a report she's going
to
to give on it
give
anyway.
as the cell phone committee later in the meeting.
Great, we can just watch it then. No need to waste your time now.
Okay, then I'll let it open the floor to other questions.
Okay. Member Stein, then Member Agna.
Yeah, this is more of a comment than a question, but I just want to say I was really impressed with all of you and really appreciated all the thoughtful consideration and composition you put into that presentation. And it was wonderful. And it was the type of engagement that a number of us in the committee were hoping to see in a collaborative way to think through these questions and these problems, right? The very real problems you pointed out. So I'm really grateful. Thank you. The other thing I just wanted to say, and I feel like two things. One, we voted as a committee to have this ad hoc, and at the time, the deliberation was really a question of whether or not we wanted to have a ban was a question, and what it would look like, right? And then the sort of legal issue felt like it all of a sudden made it, oh, it's definitely going to happen. And it likely will happen, but we don't know it's definitely going to happen. But on that train, it seems like a lot of the ad hoc work has been like, how are we going to implement this, and what is it going to look like, and what is it going to cost? And we've moved past so many of those meaningful questions that we wanted to be at the core of the conversation, and I appreciate you for recentering those. And it will be the next committee that votes on whatever proposed policy comes before the body. It won't just be whatever comes out of the ad hoc committee. It'll be a recommendation, and the school committee that's seated in January will be the one that will take it up and ultimately pass any policy regarding this. So I just wanted to clarify for the public and for everyone the sort of order of things. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I am actually on the ad hoc committee, and while it's been very interesting and productive, I have been the only student that shows up, so then we don't have as much student voice, and then 3 of the members are on Reconnect Western Mass, and they're, I believe, if my memory serves correctly, the other parent that is not on it has come to the last meeting, but none other. So we definitely have a lot of bias on the committee. It's very strongly pushing one way or the other, and really creates a hard difficulty to like propose your own ideas, which has made it hard to talk about these things that the statement has just shown.
Member Agna.
I'm just blown away by your professionalism and the research that you did and the way that you expressed it. I think it has to be a model for our state going through this difficult time in terms of bell-to-bell cell phone bans. And I'm just filled with admiration for you. Thank you. I would like to also ask where the legislation is at this point. Is it in the House or is it in the Senate? And wherever it is, if it's still open to debate, between Member Gazy's report, which I don't want to minimize because I know that there's a report, but also your presentation, students, the combination could be a model for the state and how it's navigating this incredibly difficult situation right now. So thank you, students, so very much.
And if it does go through, I hope to tell Governor Healy that we should get money for the positions that we will need when this happens. So I don't want to say that we're not gonna also do that part of it, because we will.
Okay, we'll enlist us in coming with you to the State House.
Okay, Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, I mean, just to pick up on what Member Agno was talking about, you know, so much of what you all were voicing is relevant to the legislation that I heard you say has passed the Senate, so that tells me that it is currently in the House. And so, yeah, so it's still being debated, and your voices, you know, could have an impact on that. I would love to, I mean, I was trying to write down what y'all were saying, but I would, if you have the text of what y'all said, that would be amazing. And I also would encourage you, if you can, to share it with our state representative and state senator.
We will do that. Thank you. That's a great idea. And Anna Lucia will send it to you.
Awesome. As she opens up her phone.
Send it to her and to our clerk as well, so that we can add it as part of our
Yeah, exactly.
So just to, when you send that text, we'll share it at our next ad hoc committee meeting, and also we will show the clip of you all presenting. Okay.
Thank you. That means the world. Thank you.
Member Weisenford.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't have too much to add. I also just want to really thank you for the great presentation. Wow. I don't, you know, anyway, you're much better than I was in high school. And I'm really so interested in some of the points you made, and some of them I didn't hear for the first time, but I think the way you drew the connection to funds for staffing and, you know, really questioning sound investments, where we should put our money, I think that was a very, very important point. I loved that you did the survey. I love the idea of holding staff to this exact same accountability. If grown-ups want to implement that, then they have to abide by it as well. You know, and so I feel very strongly about that. I love that you started out by talking about how we don't want to implement a punitive approach to discipline. It's very, very important for teens, and for anybody, right? But particularly for teens who are becoming adults, right? And so I love that. And then some of the points you make about direct violations of rights of 18-year-olds and also the FERPA violations. And that you ended with really advocating for not rushing this, what would be a very huge transition, that you really need to give people anticipatory guidance. When there is something like that happening, you need to try things out, you need to be respectful, and I'm glad to hear that it won't be as rushed as we had feared. But again, really, you guys take this on the road, like, awesome. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I do also just want to say, in regards to Member Gazy, we did know that it wasn't going to be, but when we started the statement, it looked like it was going to be for second semester. And so we wanted to reinforce that we thought that it was a good decision to push it to next year. And that's why we included it. And also, shout out to the student union, because I remember the last statement we released, I think when Sabrina Hopkins was president, I remember her telling me that she had to go through and write so many parts that people did. But our union, everyone wrote a part and everyone did that themselves and on time. And whenever I asked them to edit it, they did it. And it was great and amazing and truly a group effort. So, yes.
Also, I just shared it with the school committee email.
Great, thank you, Anna. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you so much, all of you, for that. And next up, we have a donation from NEF, Small Grants for Educators. And hi, welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mary Cowie. I'm a retired teacher from Northampton, where I taught for 22 years. And I'm also a member of the board of the Northampton Education Foundation, which, as many of you know, is a nonprofit organization which raises money from our community and funds projects and programs that expand educational opportunities, foster creativity, and enhance academic experiences in Northampton's public schools. So I am here tonight as co-chair of the NEF Small Grants Committee to ask school committee to accept Northampton Education Foundation's gift of $30,753 to support the following grants that are proposed by educators, caregivers, and community members. The first two grants are supporting a field trip to the Springfield Orchestra for all fourth graders in all 4 elementary schools. The project lead on that is Capella Sherwood, and the combination for those 2 grants is $2,200. The next grant is the Caregiver Cafe for $1,350. That will involve all 4 elementary schools. And the project leads on that are Ashley Miller and Mandy Gary. The next one is for $4,500, expanding classroom creativity. That'll involve all 4 elementary schools, and the project lead is Greg Baker. The next one for $3,935 is the Springfield Museum Fossil Field Trip that will bring all second graders from all 4 elementary schools on that field trip. The next one for $6,250 is Drop by Drop, a water-focused project. That'll involve 5th graders at all 4 elementary schools, and the lead on that is Rachel Quimby. The next one for $3,500 is Staff Circles at JFK Middle School, and that will be led by Vincent Napoli. The next one is Looking Back, the college essay for $2,700 at Northampton High School, and the lead on that is Sarah Heim. Next one, also at NHS, is Topics in Chemistry for $1,318, and that will be led by Mark Morrison. And the last is the Kids Play Lab for $5,000. That will involve all the 3rd graders at Jackson Street School and theater students at Northampton High School. The project lead on that is Sarah Marcus. So we hope that school committee will accept that gift so that we can support all of these grants in our schools.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you for the generosity. Are there any questions or comments from the committee?
Motion to approve.
Motion's made by Member Seraphy Cox, seconded by Member Hennessy. Member Agna.
I just want to make an observation that it's really great that there are many applications from all 4 elementary schools to do something together. That hasn't, in my experience, happened a lot. And I think it really serves to bring our community together and have shared experiences across the elementary schools. And a comment is, thank you, Mary Kelly, for taking on the next stage of your work. We work together, and I can see that maybe you're helping me pave my way towards another part of retirement. So thanks, Mary.
You're welcome. And thank you to school committee.
Member Hennessy, did I see your?
I have nothing. Thank you so much. You have done amazing work in our community. Aside from this, and it is amazing work that this organization does in our community. Being in another district.
And the mic,
I
sorry.
know, I'm sorry. Just, it is amazing what NEF does, and working in another district and have worked in other districts, you know, people envy this, that we have the ability to request grants and work collaboratively to get funding for these amazing things that teachers and staff and community members come up with. I just thank you for your work. I know it's from the heart from you and from everyone on it, but I really thank you tremendously.
You are so welcome. And thanks to our community. That's where the funds come from. So that makes this possible.
Member Miller.
Well, I'm just wowed, and I'm so grateful, and I think that it's terrific that the NEF program helps teachers and other people to join together to make these things possible. And I agree with Member Agna that the unifying of grades across the district in some of these projects is so great, and I'm just so grateful, and I'm so happy that Mary Cowie has joined the board. Thank you.
You are welcome, and thank you all so much.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Seeing none, roll call, please, Cassie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Stein?
I think there was a motion, wasn't there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed it.
Yes.
Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Weisenfried?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Great. Thank you again, Mary. Appreciate it. Right. Okay, that brings us to public comment. We'll begin public comment. If you wish to make comment, please use the raise hand feature if you're on Zoom. If you're in the room, there's a sign-up sheet. You can always submit a written public comment, which is equally part of the public record at northampton-school-committee@northampton-k-through-12.us, and it'll be sent to all school committee members. Before you begin your comment, please state your name or your city or name and your city or town for the public record. And the school committee does not respond during comment as it's the public's time to speak. So while your comment should be directed to the school committee, you'll understand when we don't respond to them. There's a limit of 3 minutes per person unless language interpretation or accommodations for a communication disability have been requested at the start, in which case then the time limit is 6 minutes. And we'll be setting a timer to ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak. And according to the rules of procedure, school committee receives public comment for a maximum of 90 minutes. And we'll be beginning at 7:18. And the first name on the list is Laura Fragamini. Hey, Laura.
Thank you. Laura Fragamini, Florence, Massachusetts, NPS employee. I'm here to offer our thanks on behalf of the NPS Early Childhood Department to the volunteers at the Northampton Education Foundation. We're incredibly grateful for the opportunity to enhance our programs through the small grants projects. Your work to raise funds and administrate the grants is truly impressive. I want to offer thanks to Mandy Gary and Ashley Miller, who are staff members of the Early Childhood Department, who work diligently on family outreach and support programs. They're often the first touch of our district, welcoming families. The Caregiver Cafe is at Jackson, it's held at Jackson Street School, but it welcomes families from across the district in the evening, where the NEF will fund the food that the families have together. And then the children, we have NHS students who come and support Mandy and Ashley with the child's care. And then the parents get time separate to be with each other and offer support, as well as some guided conversation with Mandy and Ashley. So they did the work to apply and will implement the grant we received to great effect. So here to say thank you, NEF.
Great, thank you so much. Next on Zoom is Laura Carney.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
You guys can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So I'm Laura Ernie. I live in Florence. I have a son in first grade at Leeds and another who will start in the fall. We're thrilled to be part of the Leeds community. I'm here today because I have concerns about the degree to which digital applications and screen time is integrated into the NPS curriculum, as it has been in many schools across the country since the pandemic. My concerns are primarily regarding the effect of screens on diminishing attention spans, the dopamine response to gamified delivery that most of these apps use, decreased interaction with peers and teachers, the alarming amount of data that's been published, especially recently, about the lack of efficacy of these apps compared to pen and paper, sharing and use of sensitive student data via these apps, and in my case, the looming 6th grade year where my child will be given a school-issued Chromebook. Early in the year, we were grateful to have been able to meet in person with the key NPS administrators who make decisions about the curriculum, so including Kate Messmer, Kate Zach, and Dr. Bonner, so thank you for that, along with a few others, and including our teachers. 7 to 8 first grade families also attended. During the meeting, the administration mentioned that some first grade apps could be opted out of completely, for example, FastBridge, the social emotional screener, but that most apps were required. It was also mentioned that a rigorous process was used to evaluate new apps, but it was unclear if the process evaluated data on how effective an app was at teaching the material. One part of the process that they mentioned was Ed Reports, which is a rubric that evaluates if and how standards are included, but it does not take into account how effective the app is. Since our October meeting, I have sent 3 emails to Ms. Messmer and Dr. Bonner to get verification on which specific apps I can actually take steps to opt my first grader out of, and the details on how apps are evaluated before they're adopted by the district. I have not received answers to my questions, and I bring this up to the school committee to flag the importance of the topic of ed tech and the rapidly growing concern among parents and educators. For example, I see weekly articles warning about the impact of screens on K-12 education. Especially with NPS now currently assessing how to incorporate AI into the curriculum. I urge the administrators, the school committee members, and parents to start asking the hard questions about the effects of the rapid progression of our education system to a largely digital platform over the last 5 years. Thank you so much for all the work you guys do.
Thank you. In the room is Chris Stratton.
Good evening. My name is Chris Stratton. I'm speaking tonight as a private citizen of Northampton, though as many know, I have been elected to represent Ward 6 in the coming year's City Council. I come tonight to comment on the relationship of the City Council and the school committee. An introduction I had hoped to make in January, but one that feels pressing in light of recent events. I view the school committee as, in effect, a peer city council elected for the specific purpose of overseeing the schools. And in listening to issues tonight, that is a critically important division of labor established by the charter. But this means that the council and committee are, in effect, peer institutions, cousins, one might say. And we need to be a family which talks. I come tonight to stress how Northampton City Council cannot function unless the people of our city feel free to speak their individual concerns to the council. Individually, by writing to it, or by addressing the body in the public comment opportunities that are provided. And none of that changes when a person is a member of another elected body, nor a city employee. Their individual capacity to speak remains. Quite obviously, one member of the school committee has notable powers in the city which are very distinct from her role on the committee. But each and every one of you, besides your service on the committee, has your power and your voice as a member of the public. And if my future colleagues and I continue to constrain your opportunity to 2 minutes, Expecting you to expend some of it, reminding us of the obvious fact that you're speaking only for yourself, would be a silly exercise. You are not active duty military officers or judges. You're not in one of those extremely rare roles where a representative democracy might flirt with the idea that a person's duty precludes their individual voice. On the contrary, as candidates and then electeds, your duty is enhanced. It is not only your right, but your obligation to use your individual voice to amplify constituent concerns which you share. To the outgoing members, I thank you for your service. To the incoming, I look forward to following each other's meetings with interest. I hope that we will talk and talk often. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom, Melissa Macaborski.
Melissa Macaborski, I live in Northampton. Emily Serafikatz, thank you so much for your service to the community. We appreciate so much all of the hard work, integrity, courage that you had when serving on this school committee, and we are deeply grateful to you. There's a lot more to talk about. We'll save that for the new school committee. We'll be following along very closely. Students, thank you so much for that presentation. I agree with you. I do not think that your cell phones should be taken away in high school. I think there's a place for a K through 8 ban, but when you are 16 years old and you're old enough to give a presentation like that and have a job and manage your own responsibilities, it's infantilizing to take your cell phone away, and I do not agree with that. That's all for now. We'll be back soon. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night. Emily, thank you again.
Thank you. In the room, Margie Riddle.
I'm Margie Riddle, and I live in, and I'm here with a thank you as well. Am I talking into this? Yeah. Okay. As 2025 draws to a close, many of you on the school committee leave office, and I'm here to thank you very much for your service to our school district and our city. Special thanks to Mayor Shara, Vice Chair Gwen Agna, and Superintendent Dr. Bonner for your dedicated and effective leadership. I don't think you get thank yous enough, so that's what I'm really here for. From my personal experience, I know how challenging and also rewarding it can be to serve on school committee, and I was so reminded of that this evening just watching the presentation by the students and listening to your questions and so forth. As a former teacher and principal in Northampton, I also know how important you have been for the morale and effectiveness of the entire district. Thank you for making that difference during these especially challenging times. I can't even imagine what it's been like. I appreciate that each of you has put your best effort into representing your constituents, remembering always that only some of our fellow citizens elected you, and only some regularly let you know what they want you to do. I expect you have remembered with humility that you represent all of us, including those you never hear from, and that would be like me until tonight. We elect our leaders to work diligently to gather facts and fully understand issues, and then to make wise decisions on our behalf. So thank you for putting your best efforts into this very important role. And congratulations on your more free time.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Maya.
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I can't get my video working. My name is Maya Bayak. My daughter is a first grader at Leeds, and I have another daughter who will start kindergarten in under 2 years. I have been very happy to be part of such a lovely community at the school. Unfortunately, I was surprised to learn about the pervasive use of EdTech in classrooms throughout Northampton Public Schools, especially the school-issued Chromebooks starting in 6th grade. My primary concern is about the collection of sensitive student data via these apps and the lack of parental consent that I've given to allow for my child's information to be shared with third parties while she is at school. With an eye to 6th grade and the school-issued Chrome device, I'm especially concerned because Google's business model is quite widely known to collect as much data as possible from our children. I believe a company like Google should not be a mandatory part of our children's public education, and I would like to see NPS give an alternative to the one-to-one device. I am part of a group of parents from Leeds that have been slowly but steadily growing in numbers as we educate ourselves with the growing evidence about the detrimental effects these EdTech apps have on children's learning. Our concerns range from the effects of screen learning on attention spans to decreased interactions with peers and teachers to the impossibility for anyone, especially children, to stay on task on a computer given every app and website at their fingertip. I think we need to take stock as a district and make sure our pedagogy and educational goals are in line with the tools we use. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room is Gaurav Jashnani.
I'm requesting accommodations. I've come here in the past politely asking for help. I've been seeing you all year. I've tried pleading for what our district needs. I've explained to you how you're violating state and federal law, according to our state government, not just me. But you haven't seemed to care, so I'm going to try a new tactic today. I'm going to try being frank. What's wrong with you? You, Mayor, insisted that we had to cut over, I see you using your computer, Mayor. I would love it if you would listen to the public comments.
I am listening.
You insisted we had to cut over $600,000 from the school budget earlier this year because we couldn't afford it. It was a fiscal crisis, right? Teachers and parents and students came here pleading and crying. Everyone said our budget was already cut to the bone. Even the rest of school committee, they voted for the strong budget, but you cut it unilaterally. And now what? We have a $6 million plus surplus just announced, and you blow $13 million on putting in solar and geothermal, your pet project. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure GL stands for Gaslight. So, Mayor Gaslight, what do you and your friends and supporters, why do you and your friends and supporters care more about things like member Mike Stein calling out district leaders when they're dishonest? Why are you more outraged by Mike and Anat disagreeing with you, God forbid, or by residents calling you a liar and a hypocrite? Why do you and your people always care more about that than you do about the hundreds of children you're choosing to deprive of an adequate education? It's been particularly difficult as a resident and a parent to see those of you here who profess to care or be progressive and then keep fawning over the mayor with her stream of lying, gaslighting, and endless budget cuts while millions of dollars of surplus roll in, yet we're in a financial crisis. You all are choosing to fail not only every black, brown, poor, immigrant, and disabled child in this town, but also every child and family who wants more than an understaffed, subpar, egregiously illegal, getting worse every year education. I saw on the agenda previously that Gwen and Holly, you were going to try to censure Mike and Anat under policy BBAA for their public comments at City Council. I think that's what was being referred to, maybe. It really captures the way our local government responds to disagreement. God forbid some of you have strong moral compass and speak out about the mayor's dishonesty. Mike and Anat, I'm sorry you have to deal with the mayor and her goons. Their actions are disgraceful, and thank you both for fighting for justice, for our kids, and for your principles. I looked at the policy. Part 6 states that members should, quote, vote and act impartially for the good of the students. Many of you have violated this every step of the way. Holly, you're the CPAC liaison. Why don't you tell us how many CPAC meetings you've been to this year? Can't you even be bothered to show up? Isn't that a violation of parts 4 and 8 of that same policy? Gwen, I was talking to my neighbor recently who suggested you were saying some very questionable things at a public election event near me, telling people that the superintendent is leaving because of Mike Stein, when actually you and your subcommittee are kicking her out, saying that the teachers are leaving our district because of Mike. You think he has a lot of power, it's amazing. Actually, the teachers union endorsed him. Teachers are leaving because our god-awful mayor that you campaigned for keeps gutting the budget and trying to destroy our school system, maybe to punish the union and justify closing some of our schools. Aren't you the one who wrote a letter to get Jackson more funding without caring what happened to the other schools and the other kids? Remember when you supported taking away the Title I money from the poorest, brownest school so that your friends and neighbors could have it at Jackson? Maybe you should use these as examples in your book on school equity. Given just what you've done on school committee, I think you should pull your book and scrape that Black Lives Matter sticker off your computer. In closing, let me tell you all a number that gives me hope. 76. 76 votes. Mayor, you had the governor, the county sheriff, the DA, and the bought and paid for Gazette all shilling for you in the election. You turned the city's Facebook into a stream of propaganda, and against a competitor with no experience, you won by less than 1%. The people of this town are disgusted with your actions because they see what you're doing to this place we love. I can't wait for us to kick you and your political machine to the curb next time, but in the meanwhile, I can't wait to have a new school committee next month where the majority will fight for our kids and our schools.
Next on Zoom is Amy B. Should be able to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, hello. Amy Bookbinder in Northampton. Thank you for that graph. Good evening to all of you, and thank you to all attending in this bitter cold. First and foremost, I want to thank Mike, Anat, and Emily for your great service to our school children, school staff, families, and all of us throughout the city. On behalf of all those I just mentioned, I'd also like to thank those responsible for the withdrawal, at least I think so, it's hard to tell when I look at the agenda, of the destructive, uncivil attempt to censure two of the school committee's best and most effective members, Mike and Anat. I don't know exactly why members Agna and Gazy attempted to have them censored or exactly why the attempts were withdrawn, assuming they were. I suspect this was a local version of Team Trump's national revenge tour, maybe because of anger that the 11th hour candidate, Megan Wolf, wife of the mayor's chief of staff, handpicked to unseat member Stein, lost because the good people of Ward 4 stood strong in their support of member Stein, their loved and respected representative. I also suspect the reason for withdrawing the censure, assuming that's correct, was due to people learning on the great Marianne Milton's public comment Facebook page about the planned atrocity and expressed their outrage. So big thanks to the voters of Ward 4, Marianne Milton, and all those who stood up and fought back. Power to the people. Good night.
Thank you. Waverly Rothenberg in the room.
Requesting an accommodation. I'm also here to talk about the proposed censures of Mike and Anat. Sometimes people don't like when your administration, Mira Shara, is compared to Trump or is called fascist. I don't really mind drawing the comparisons because I am not the one scripting the actions that we're all interpreting. The way that you have used censure is essentially the way a totalitarian government would execute people. You execute party traitors. You want to get them out of the political machine. You want to get them out of office. So because you don't have the power to execute people, does that mean I can't call you a fascist? No, because you're using everything that's within your power that you can do. Did you not take away people's food stamps? Okay, you didn't. But did you take away their special education? You take away the things that you can take away. You go up to the full edge of what's within your power, and you make the coldest choices that you can make. So thank God you don't have more power. I assume that what Member Agna and Member Gazy were complaining about was number 7 in the policy that says you have to uphold the will of the school committee's vote as a member of it. And I assume you didn't like that after the school committee voted for the energy, that these 2 members went to City Council and said, hey, could you, City Council, when you're considering funding these projects we approved, could you consider them in the ordinary course of your due diligence and look at it when you look at the entire city budget and the entire city capital project system? Because I didn't hear anything in the vote or the will of the school committee that said, we will the city council to do no due diligence. We will city council to do their jobs recklessly. Is that your will? Is your will to just always shortcut everything straight to the mayor without any process? Because all they asked for was that we follow our process at City Council. And I'm holding the mayor responsible for this proposed censure as well, because she's the only one who can put things on the agenda. She's the only one who can approve after those 2 members requested it and place it there, and she sure did. Now, some people are easily afraid. Some people are easily scared by things like a censure, and I'm sure that's what you wanted to do, because these are the 2 members that are going forward into the next school committee. And these are the 2 members who are best situated to be the leaders of the next school committee. One of them should be vice chair. They have the most experience. They have the strongest ethics. They work the hardest. And I hope that I'm not wrong, because you seem pretty transparent. I hope that my deduction is right here. You were hoping that the new school committee members wouldn't vote for them because you tainted them with a censure. And yeah, we saw that happen with me. We saw that when you cheat, when you lie, when you defame, some people get scared. Some movements fall apart. But you know who doesn't get scared and who doesn't fall apart are the marginalized, because they have real problems. They're not here to get your approval. They're not here to play games. They're here to accomplish something. So all those people who were following me because of that, they still follow me. Does Rachel Maori follow you more now? Sure. That's not a big loss for me, because my momentum is with the community, built on what is real, and the work that they are doing is built on what is real. I am surprised, Mayor, that you allowed this to go on the agenda, knowing full well that we're all about to be in federal court over my censure and my defamation. I'm very surprised that you opened them up to this kind of liability, because even though you didn't accuse them of a crime like you did me, which was really foolish, right? You did chill their First Amendment right to speak, and that's actionable, right? So is the idea that they don't get to come and say things, they don't get to speak at public comment, is the idea that incoming school committee members should know their place and know that if they speak, they're going to be shamed? And I'm glad you took it off of the agenda, but I hear you're still planning to give a lecture. So Member Agna, let's talk about the will of the body. The will of the body after the April 11th vote 2 years ago was for level services. I remember you coming to City Council and asking that we vote right away before we got there. Was that against the will of the body? I don't know. We didn't try shaming you for using your free speech. Mayor Shara went and didn't fund the schools. Was that against the will of the body? I don't know. This is draconian. This is totalitarian. For anyone who's watching, look up the phrase inverted totalitarianism, because that describes what we're dealing with here. That is this facade of democracy. That is this machine that has changing faces like Narkowitz to GL, but has the same policies and the same goals. And when you talk about ethics violations, let's talk about your friend, Dory Brooks, and the fact that you are all working on making sure she can have a contract to build a new school without disclosing that Hennessy and Comerford and Elkins are friends with her. You guys have a lot to learn about ethics. These two over here, Anat and Mike, do not. They are the most ethical among you.
On Zoom is Meg Robbins.
Hi, and thank you. I'm Meg Robbins, Northampton Ward 4. And I want to congratulate each of you for the hard work you've done together this term on behalf of our children. And thank you as well to those of you who are retiring from the committee, members Hennessy, LaBounty, Miller, Gazy, and Agna, and a welcome to Member Davis, who will be joining me in continuing to work for our schools as a fellow city councilor in 2026, and who I thank for tonight, emphasizing the norm of keeping an open mind. I think we all stand in awe of tonight's erudite presentation and their ongoing engagement by our student representatives as testament to the education they experience in our city's public schools. I hope we can consider the wisdom, possibly, of a charter change to include voting student membership on school committee in the near future. I want to also, with admiration and love, extend my enormous appreciation to member Seraphy Cox for her 6 years of steadily kind collaboration on our school committee. Her calm and informed participation in all meetings, her profound knowledge as our parliamentarian, and her respectful and productive leadership as chair of the negotiating committee have done our city proud. Her absence from this committee will be sorely felt, but we know she will continue to be active in advocating for student needs in our public schools. Given what should be a night of gratitude and positive closure, I note the discouraging addition to tonight's agenda by 2 outgoing members in introducing first censoring and now appointed policy discussions. They will not be present on this committee to follow up. Tonight should be a celebration of this committee's work and a model for those joining us in January. Instead, this agenda addition has created what has already clearly erupted as a divisive and disruptive use of tonight's agenda to discredit fellow members. This strikes me as an unkind and inappropriate attempt by exiting members on 2 active and engaged members who will be part of a new committee in January. As a former member of our Rules and Policy Committee, I can speak to past discussions we have had about ethics and actions on the part of members of the committee. They start with talking directly to the person or people you feel have digressed. My understanding is that courtesy has not been extended to the members identified in the prior agenda which proposed their censure. I would ask that a last-minute review of policies BBAA and BCA be removed from tonight's agenda in an effort to create a collaborative close to the work of the current committee and a positive start to our new one. Thank you for consideration focusing on a harmonious transition 2025 and letting our 2026 school committee do its work without last-minute controversy created by the outgoing one. Let's please think forward with love and hope and keep children at the center. Thank you.
Thank you. Zara, you're up.
Like several today, I want to say thank you to the school committee. I really feel like I've grown up with you all, and since you guys have watched me since I was school committee representative when I was a sophomore, and some of you even earlier than that, it's really meant the world to me. I really love coming to these meetings, and we've been through a lot. We disagree, we agree, but I love the conversations we have during recesses and the advice I get about life and whether or not I follow it. Like, I love hearing from you guys, and thank you so much. And thank you, Emily. It's really been such a pleasure to work with you. Member Hennessy, thank you so much for representing Ward 5 as my rep, and everyone else. I don't want to name everyone because then if I forget someone, it'll be really embarrassing. But Gwen always encouraging me, even though she was not my principal. I went to Leeds, so. tonight feels very, for me, for a reason, that it's just very culminative of my experience in high school, and being here is just very fitting. And thank you so much. And I'm going to be leaving, although in 6 months, as Emily said, so a little bit longer. And I hope I run into you on the street. And thank you so much, all the outgoing members and the returning ones as well.
On Zoom is Ronika.
Unmute. Okay. Hi, my name is Renika Montgomery Tomaclo. I live in Ward 3, and I am the incoming Ward 3 School Committee representative. My words tonight are my own and not representative of my ward. So first and foremost, I would like to sincerely thank Member Seraphy Cox for her years of hard work on the school committee on behalf of Ward 3 and all of the children and staff of Northampton Public Schools. And I hope that I can do her justice in continuing the work she leaves behind. I'm sad that I won't have the chance to work with her, but I know that she will continue to advocate for the most marginalized of us. Second, I am excited to start working on the school committee to ensure that Northampton Public Schools remain a place where every student, regardless of their ability, can reach their full potential. Third, I'm so very impressed with the student representative report on the cell phone ban. You all brought up good points that I hadn't considered, and I look forward to working with you all very soon. Finally, I want to address something that I find troubling. On December 4th, Member Stein and Weisenfront made comments at the City Council meeting. Those comments, for whatever reason, precipitated an item being added and subsequently removed from the agenda to discuss their possible censure. Barring the fact that there is no censure protocol in place, I would like to remind the esteemed bodies that we are not just school committee members, we are private citizens, and we are citizens of Northampton as well. And as such, we are allowed to comment in public meetings, as is our First Amendment right. That those comments, because they struck a chord or hit a tone or were said in a way that you may not have said them, could be used to publicly shame them, is the opposite of the work that we should be doing on the school committee, in my opinion. And it is beneath the esteemed body to consider such a course of action. We are allowed to speak our truths in whatever way we see fit, as long as it isn't blatantly disrespectful, and nothing they said was disrespectful. In fact, I'm very much looking forward to working with Member Stein and Weisenfront, and I hope that in the future, there will be greater understanding of our diverse political opinions and better collaboration between both the school committee and the city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Great, that is everyone who's signed up. Anyone else in the room like to speak? Nope. Okay. Then we will move on from public comment. Sorry, you can hear me. And
Requesting a break, please.
Sure, let's come back at 8 o'clock. Okay, we are back, and next on the agenda are announcements by school committee members. And Member LaBounty is ready to go.
Ready to go. I wanted to just acknowledge that this is my last meeting, and I wanted to thank the body. I have learned a lot. It has been hard. It has been enlightening, sometimes funny. And I wanted to acknowledge a little bit of what Meg Robbins was saying, in the sense that when you do this work together, you impact each other, and it's good to acknowledge that. So what I did is I have a card for each of you, and on it is either a quote or something that you've given to me, or something that makes me think of you that I'm going to take with me when I go, because I think that it's important for each of us to know what we give to other people. And that even though we disagree on things, or we struggle through these things together, it's important to know that it's not all that. There's a lot that we give to each other. So I have these for you for after, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Member LaBounty. Member Gazy.
This is the CPAC report. They have been sending a written report to all of the school committee members, so you've read that. I will just summarize here. The data on missed services, CPAC is hoping for a quarterly report on missed IEP services. Director Holloway explained how it tracks missed services, and that includes all related providers, speech, OT, and stuff. And since the tracking period started in early October, 14 families were sent notifications of missed services and have begun remediation planning for those families across multiple schools. The Northampton High School long block schedule has long been a problem. CPAC met with Principal Taglieri and is working to improve and make the schedule structure more inclusive so that those students can participate in extracurricular activities. And there were a lot of questions, and I believe since then Principal Taglieri has followed up with clarifications. The PSAT and the SAT accommodations are now posted to the Student Services website. CPAC met with candidate facilitators for the pilot initiative for family partnership, and they agreed to contract with the Collaborative for Educational Services, CES. They're looking to improve communication and increase dispute resolution. The out-of-district group met with Director Holloway and CPAC and submitted a list of questions, which are detailed in those attached agenda. And also attached is a reply from Director Holloway answering each of those questions. So you should see that in the minutes. There is a concern, an ongoing concern about the literacy rate for a significant cohort of ninth grade students who are reading below grade level, and also concern that changes in Northampton High School Flex Block will disproportionately impact students with IEPs. So I encourage you to look at the CPAC report in whole, and also Director Holloway's responses to each item.
Great, thank you. Any other announcements? I'll take the opportunity to acknowledge the 7 members for whom this is your last meeting on the school committee. So it's Member Agna, Member Davis, Member Gazy, Member Seraphy Cox, Member Hennessy, Member Miller, and Member LeBounty. I want to thank you all for your service. This has been an extremely hard and challenging time for this body, and I just want to really appreciate all that you've given of yourself to our district. Some of you have given to the Northampton Public Schools for years and years and years in different roles, but specifically, I want to thank you for your service on the school committee. Member Seraphy Cox is the longest serving current member of the school committee. Thank you. Although I did have a consecutive. Yeah, I didn't count. I didn't have a moment to count up the years that you gave Member Hennessy across both, so I don't and compare them. But certainly longest consecutive. I don't know if, but thank you for doing serving twice, 2 tours of duty on it. And anyway, I want to thank you all for your remarkable service. And I also want to give a special thank you to Member Agna for serving as vice chair for the last 4 years, which is a really critical role. And she's been a tremendous help to me and to the 3 superintendents that have been here in the 4 years. I just want to give her special thanks. Her institutional knowledge has been remarkable and has made it possible with all of these different transitions. So I thank her for all of the additional help and guidance that she gave. But thanks to all of you for your service. Really quite grateful. And okay, Member Gazy, is your hand up again or?
Oh, no,
okay.
I never took it down.
Then Member Seraphy Cox.
Oh, goodness. Can you actually hear me, or did I break it?
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't seem like it's terribly.
Can you hear it out there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, sorry.
Now you broke it. There you go.
Well, I don't remember what I was going to say. No, I'm just kidding. First off, I'm not going to give some big, long speech, but very grateful to have served for 6 years. Very grateful to all of the folks who have expressed their gratitude to me. I will start crying if I say more. And then the other piece is just that in probably about a little less than an hour, I will be skedaddling with my kiddo and will be then virtual. Ooh, that would be amazing.
Okay.
That's funny.
Funny part of the work. Okay. Seeing no other announcements.
Yeah, I do
use
want
the
to
mic,
say
though,
thank,
please.
Mike.
No, I just don't like it. Thank you so much. I do want to thank everyone for their service, and it is service. Like, I don't think anyone in this, I know no one in this room is doing it for their ego or for something else. It's love of our community and wanting to do better, wanting to do best for it. So I appreciate all your work. And Carrie, you're so lovely. You are, like, just the quotes. I wish I thought of something like that. But I do feel like I learned from everyone in this committee, and it's been an honor to serve, and I want to thank all of you, and Mayor, your continued service. So good luck to the 2 of you and to the new members. I appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next on the agenda is recommended actions. So first we've got minutes. So the minutes from November 13th, 2025, our last meeting. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Motion made by Member Seraphy Cox, seconded by Member LeBounty. There's no discussion on, unless there's a removal. Are you requesting a remove?
I'm screwing this up. I want to make an amendment.
So we have to, there's no discussion on recommended action, so we need to remove. So
My apologies. I forgot we're in recommended actions.
And the motion's already on the floor, so we'd have to,
I'm not that worried about it. We can just go forward.
okay. Then roll call, please.
Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
No.
Okay, now we're on to the second set of recommended actions, which are, one is a donation from the Kendall Foundation, the Terrific Tray Award to the MPS Food Services for $2,500, a donation, soccer fundraising donation to NHS of $1,664, and a budget transfer request of $25,650 from miscellaneous IT account to instructional hardware. Any removals?
C?
Okay, removing C. Any others? Is there a roll call on A and B?
I would make a motion to approve.
Sorry.
A&B.
Thank you.
Second.
That. Motion's made by Member Seraphy Cox and seconded by Member Hennessy. Roll call, please, on A and B.
Member Miller?
Did we lose her?
No,
Yes.
she's there. Yeah.
Okay, she's
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Okay, going back up to, or going down to C, budget transfer request. Member Stein?
Yeah, I just was hoping we could get just some detail about the transfer, right? It seems like we're transferring $25,650 from miscellaneous IT, or from miscellaneous to IT accounts to instructional hardware. So just like, what are we transferring from and to and what for?
I see Bobby. Yeah. Is Bobby a co-host? If not, I'm going to ask her to unmute.
It's attached.
I think I'm good.
Yeah.
She says she's good.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
the document's attached to the agenda, and Bobby, you are unmuted.
Okay, so it's just a transfer from some of the smaller accounts, the tech maintenance repair for the special ed department and the Northampton High School, tech maintenance contract service for district and Bridge Street, and then instructional software. So as you can imagine, there's changes year to year that happen that you need within these lines. And these are some of the smaller lines that we're not needing right now, that Luigi Ottaviani decided that could be safely moved to instructional hardware.
Okay, so these are sort of, like, I'm looking at the document, that's helpful, right? So it seems like we have tech maintenance and repair, software license fees, tech maintenance contract services, and I think it's instructional software, right? And move to instructional hardware. So we don't have like current contracts that would need that money?
Correct.
Okay, and we thought we would, but we didn't.
Right, we always have that amount in the lines because there are some years that we do use those more than other years, but for this year, we're good for that.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions or comments on that transfer? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Motion's made by Member Seraphy Cox, seconded by Member LaBounty. No further discussion. Roll call, please.
Okay. Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy? Yes. Member Miller?
Yes.
Great. Moving on to new business. This is policy JLCD, medication administration. And just to note, there's possibly, there's a request to possibly vote to suspend the rules to approve it this evening. But Member Gazy?
We were brought this by our health director, Kristen Kennedy Alvarado, pursuant to the Department of Public Health regulations. If you look at the attachment to the agenda of policy JLCD, you'll see the proposed changes which have been, made because of DPH regulations. It includes language on emergency medications, the storage of drugs, except for Narcan, in the nurse's office. Narcan, is more widely distributed, and training protocols that we will follow through the DPH. So, because this needs to be done expeditiously, we were hoping that the committee could have read it in preparation and be prepared for questions and possible vote to approve.
Okay, thank you. Member Seraphy Cox?
Sorry.
I'm scared of this microphone now. Well, anyway. There. How did that change anything?
It was too close to our computers, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna fix it.
Okay. Well, anyway, I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules and approve the revised version of JLCD with the one change of changing every time it says he/she to change it to they.
Oh, I thought we got that. Okay.
If I could just, if I may have permission to
please.
speak.
Yeah.
Okay. So there were some updates that were not changed in the document that you have. You actually have our working draft, because that's why you see those highlights still there. But we had already expressed that we change parent/guardian to caregiver, and that last paragraph under exceptions, the line should read, if a caregiver wishes to make changes in your authorization, you are ... So there were some updates, and I apologize that they were not made.
They were. I don't know what happened. It's a versioning issue.
Oh, no. Okay. But,
Sorry, Dr. Bonner.
Yes.
You're saying the second to last paragraph that starts with the word narcotics?
no, if you're on the front page,
The first page?
Okay,
first page, sorry, except, and under exceptions, go to the last paragraph under that heading, where
Okay.
it says stock over-the-counter products.
Yes.
And so that last sentence, if a caregiver wishes.
Instead of if you wish.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did notice that was a little personal bit didn't register. It needed to be changed.
And then we had scanned for all the comments or statements that said parent/guardian to caregiver, so hopefully.
But we didn't do the he, she.
Why didn't I catch that one? So it should be
They.
they.
Okay, so I will revise my motion to approve with he/she changed to they, and parent changed to caregiver, and with the change in the second to last sentence on the first page that Dr. Bonner outlined.
I'd second it.
Okay,
Seconded by member
Davis.
I was about to say member Aileen.
Okay. So that is, the motion to suspend rules is on the floor. Any discussion to suspending rules?
Oh, I made a motion to suspend the rules and pass it.
I think you have to vote to suspend the rules first. It would be two motions.
Okay.
I mean, that's how I've always experienced being done.
Okay.
Because you have to.
Never seen us suspend our rules before, so I'll take you at your word.
Okay, so any discussion to suspension of rules? Roll call, please.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Gacy.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Hennessy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member LaBounty.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Okay, rules are suspended, and so now you have the motion with those,
Yeah, motion to approve as amended.
right, and seconded by member Davis. Okay. Any discussion on motion to approve as amended? Okay, seeing none, roll call, please.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Gacy.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Hennessy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member LaBounty.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Great. That has passed. Member Seraphy Cox, did you just raise your hand again?
I did, yes. I would like to move to take items B and C in new business, either table them or remove them from the agenda. Item B has no backup content to it, so I don't feel prepared to vote on it. And item C feels like not the tone of the meeting that we want to have tonight.
Second?
Motion's made by member Seraphy Cox, seconded by member Stein. Is there discussion on tabling? Or,
We're tabling these items?
well, that's what your motion was, yes? Or
I said
moving?
table or remove. I don't.
Can Bobby weigh in on why she thought this should be on the agenda?
Oh, sure.
If she'd like to. Where are you? Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
There she is.
For item B, which is the transportation, we have a contract that we originally had, which is a 3-year contract with the option to renew for 2 years. And so either we have to agree as a body to extend it for the 2 years, or we have to go out to bid. So we have to know that in somewhat of a timely fashion. January is fine. I wouldn't want to extend it much beyond that. But that's what that is for.
So, Bobby, would it have to be on the organizational meeting agenda? Because there's only one meeting planned in January, and it was just organizational. So it would have to be on that agenda for it to meet your timeline.
Yeah, because we need to have time to go out to bid. If we don't want to do the 2-year extension.
Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing attached to the agenda. Like, there's not even that. Just leave it. Okay. There's not even like a copy of the contract attached to the agenda. You know, that's. I understand the timeliness, and I would love to pass it. I would vote yes, probably, if I, could see it.
So I think we'd have to add that, if we did it in February, March, April, May, we could hold it off till February, I guess.
Just
But
point of information. So if I recall, we started talking about this in Budget and Property back in September. Is this the same contract?
Is this the one we just talked about?
Not just talked about, but you talked about, didn't you bring this up in Budget and Property in?
just this last meeting.
That's what I thought. This last meeting we talked about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, all right, so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, I think from our perspective, we're comfortable going forward, but we've, as a subcommittee, spent a lot of time in the transportation contract world. So I can understand why other members who don't see the contract and haven't spent time with it would say, what am I voting on? So, yeah.
Can I ask a question of Member Stein? Did the subcommittee make a recommendation to the larger body?
I don't think we voted to recommend it officially, but did we?
I think we
Did we?
I think we did.
I had notes from my report where I was going to talk about this, but I can't get on the internet, so I'm on the Chromebook.
Oh.
But I take your word.
I don't know that we voted, but we were in support of it.
Yeah, we were in support of it, of doing it. I can't remember either.
Cassie, do you recall?
No, I don't recall, to be honest. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm looking at the draft minutes so this would have been Monday night?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have draft minutes in front of me. And
It's not in there.
it's not in there, it's just, you all discussed
I don't
the
think we
in-house
voted.
transportation analysis, so that it wasn't, a recommendation wasn't made, according to these minutes.
and obviously, this is a relatively small, issue. I mean, obviously, a 2-year extension to a 3-year contract is not small, but as I said, it's something that it's not controversial, is what I mean. But I think it's illustrative of something that I've been trying to point out to this body for years, which is that in order to make informed decisions, we need the adequate documentation, and it's really helpful for our subcommittees to make recommendations to the full body, because you all do that important digging in on the weeds and make a recommendation to the full body, and you're likely to get support. And we can move through issues and potentially even make these meetings shorter. So, apologies for taking more time on that, but hoping that those recommendations can be heard by our next school committee, who I know is on the Zoom too. So should I change my motion? Do folks think I should? Well, I don't know, I guess.
Well, it was made and seconded, so let's see if it passes or not.
All right, good point.
Yes. So Member Gazy.
With regard to whatever agenda item it is. Number C. As a representative from the Rules and Policy, I have a statement. It does not name any names. It does not, it's more addressed to incoming members about things that we have learned through the years. And I would appreciate an opportunity to say that.
Okay, so it's a statement, it's not a time for discussion, is what you're saying?
No, it's just a statement.
Okay. I mean, that to me seems like the sort of thing that I would have expected to go in school committee announcements, so I guess that was my confusion. But if it's just a statement on, like, I'm not looking to have a whole group discussion about
I'm not
all of
either.
that,
I've
so-
just, it's more of a statement of where we are and,
Okay.
that's all.
I'll withdraw my motion then.
Okay. So motions withdrawn. So we're back to B. And yes, we're sorry.
Can I talk on B?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to think of the quickest way to summarize this. So for a number of years, in various iterations of budget and property and the school committee, we've been looking at transportation in a couple of ways. One had to do with electrification, and we spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to make that possible. We applied for some federal grants, which we did not get. Many of those programs have been dismantled, and there's a lot of difficulty actually getting the buses as well. So it's something I think is still on our agenda, but the terrain has really changed. But when we signed the last contract with Durham, we intentionally, and Bobby, correct me if I get this wrong, but we intentionally didn't want to sign a 5-year agreement because we wanted to give ourselves some time to try to get either the electrification or bring it in-house, et cetera. So it was negotiated with a 3-year clause with a 2-year extension, right? And so here we are at the point where we would need to exercise that option or go out to bid. But it made sense then to do it this way. And the terms on the extension were favorable and maybe better than what we could get if we were to go out to bid. So I think it makes a lot of sense to extend it. And I'll have more to say about the transportation analysis that we had on Monday. That's part of what this whole project has been looking at in terms of costs. But that's sort of why it's in front of us and why it was structured that way. And I think the subcommittees, like as was said, are all in support of us signing the extension. I think it's the most fiscally responsible thing we can do right now.
So Bobby, again, so we would need to sign the 2-year extension by when?
Well, we just have to have the vote and the agreement.
So the issue
but
is
I'm gonna
going out to
say-
bid. The issue is
What's
more
that?
going out to bid than signing the extension? Is the issue more that you wouldn't want to wait to go to bid?
Right, so we already have, the contract is a 3-year contract with the option to renew for 2 years, which the option to renew is solely our option. So if you agree to the option to renew, we don't have to do anything further than the vote. But if you don't want to do that, then I need to get information out to go out to bid.
Got it. Okay.
So that we'll have something in place for the following year, for FY '27.
Okay.
Bobby, can you share the rates of what those 2 additional years would be? Do you have that in front of you?
I do not, but it is, typically it's been right around, for the last few years, 3%. It's using the cost of living.
So a 3% increase over the previous year?
Right, correct. But it's on the cost of living adjustment that's written within the contract, which is probably going to be far less than what you would get with the new contract, in my experience.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, any other discussion or questions?
Mike.
Is your hand up again?
Yeah. I know, my hand's been up and down. I wanted to make a motion to extend the contract with Durham for to/from school contracted transportation for the 2-year period as allowed in the contract.
Second?
Okay, motion's made by member Seraphy Cox, seconded, I think, by member Hennessy.
Fine, it's fine.
Well, you're both pointing at each other.
And Margaret, I guess, wins that one.
And Margaret Hennessy. Any further discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Member Casey? Yes. Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes. Okay. Okay, so that moves us down to C. And Member Gazy, you wanted to make a
Yeah.
statement.
I've served 4 years on this school committee, and it's been an interesting but wild ride. We are all here to serve the children of our community, but there are always competing ideas on how best to do that. We've had many heated debates about the budget, COVID restrictions, and countless other issues. As a board, we are charged with considering those diverse and fervent ideas, and then coming to a consensus on the direction the school committee will follow. In the Northampton Public Schools, we have 336 policies that provide guide rails for our deliberations and decisions. I'm the chair of the Rules and Policy Subcommittee, and in the 4 years, I've read maybe a third of all of those policies. When new members join the school committee, there's a very steep learning curve, and they are often consumed by the dimensions of the pressing issues of the day. I would remind all of our members to review our rules of procedure and the 39 policies in Section B for board governance and operations. Our new members should particularly review policies BBAA, BCA, and BHC, as these are complex, and all of us on the committee have struggled at times during passionate debate to adhere to the letter of the law. You can find these and all of our policies on the NPS website in the top banner under the School Committee tab. Policy BBAA, School Committee Member Authority, states that all the powers of the school committee are derived from state laws and are granted in terms of action as a group. So members of the school committee only have authority when acting as a committee legally in session. Policy BCA, School Committee Member Ethics, implies the understanding of the basic organization of school committees under the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This code of ethics further delineates 3 areas of responsibility for school committee members: community responsibility, responsibility to school administration, and relationships to fellow committee members. Learning how to come to consensus has been difficult for our school committee. When I first joined the board, our monthly meetings routinely ran from 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. We struggled to understand our rules of procedure and how to condense our deliberations. We succeeded to a certain extent in that now we can expect to finish by 11 p.m. Our discussions have been unnecessarily contentious at times, with accusations that dissenters are not representing the best interest of the children. My hope is that a new school committee can find a way to lay out the pros and cons of an issue, let everyone have their say, take a straw poll if needed to determine whether members have an understanding of the issues or need further debate, and then vote. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, so we can do one round of comments and then let's move on. Member Stein?
I specifically asked to remove this item, and I only agreed to withdraw my motion to remove because it was just like a placeholder, like in place of Member Gazy's basically announcement. So we don't need discussion.
I mean, I appreciate it, but it is new business, and it is not the announcement. Like, it should have been structured for that kind of thing, and I would like to say a few things.
Again, I want to keep it to one round, but I don't think it's fair to not let other people comment.
Okay, then I guess I shouldn't have withdrawn my motion.
Maybe not.
I too have been reflecting on what it means to have ethics as a school committee member, and what ethics is in general, right? And, you know, etymologically, it comes from ethos. It's Greek. It's about habit. It's about character. It's about a certain perception of how one must conduct themselves, right? It's not the same as morality, but it shares similar roots. That's Latin, right? That's mores, but it's also habit, right? So this is about habits. What's always been strange to me about the MASC guidelines is that they conflate a few things. And if you read the guidance on their website, they say the law is not, like our recommendations on ethics are not the law. But when you read this policy, which wasn't updated since 2003 in the version we have, what you see under BCA, which is School Committee Member Ethics, is not about ethics, but about an appeal to the law, right? The reason they're appealing to the law is like there is actually some body of legally defined authority that you have. Here's what it looks like. And then what follows isn't the law, but here's how we think you should divide your responsibilities under the law, and here's how we think you should structure things. The problem is, as was previously mentioned, is a lot of it's opaque, open to interpretation, and conflicts with many other policies we have, other laws that we have to follow, and other things. And I just want to point a few of these things out. There's in the first section regarding like a school committee member and his or her relations with the community should, right? Remember, this is their version of what you should do. They've defined it as a relations with the community. This also is not in the law, mind you, but this is how they've chosen to interpret and structure a certain intervention around the law. And they're saying, number 6, accept the office as a committee member as a means of unselfish service with no intent to quote, play politics, unquote, in any sense of the word, or to benefit personally from his or her committee activities. It's entirely unclear what this means. It's very clear that no school committee member should personally enrich themselves in some way. That seems pretty clear. But what could it possibly mean, quote, it's nonsensical. So there's no way we could ever arrive at a shared understanding of what that means that would be useful to us as a body. Similarly, right, it has this section, a school committee member in his or her relations with fellow committee members should, right? The second point there says that you should not make statements or promises of how you will vote on matters that come before the committee. That's crazy. No other democratically elected official is not allowed to say what their perspective is on an issue. It makes no sense. And why would one constrain themselves that way? I think it's like a tortured idea regarding us as an apolitical sort of body, which doesn't make any sense. And they go on in the fifth one, right, similarly. Make decisions only after all facts on a question have been presented and discussed. It's similarly odd, right? We all bring different perspectives. We bring different amounts of homework that we've done. And it creates this rarefied thing about the time we spend together is the only time anything can be remotely talked about or endorsed. It's very strange. No other elected officials would ever accept this, and it's totally unreasonable. I mean, we all just campaigned. The campaigns themselves are violations of this. I mean, it makes no sense. So I find it rather useless, frankly. And I really encourage my colleagues on the new committee for us to rethink what this is. Similarly, for BBAA, right, this was mentioned, I think, in some of the public comments. Number 7, to accept the will of the majority vote in all cases and to remember that he, she is one of a team and must abide by and carry out all committee decisions once they are made. We're not in the administration. We don't carry out decisions. It makes no sense. We vote, and our votes have effects on the policies and the actions stemming from those policies, but we don't carry them out. And we also don't abide by them because we're not agents, right? And what people try to read into this is that you're muzzled, right? You cannot do anything that the body hasn't all agreed on. It's a tortured interpretation. But in so many ways, these pieces from MASC itself, which is just a body that is interpreting and giving us resources, right? Essentially, the greatest thing they do for us is give us draft policies to conform with law, which is great. They're trying to make an ethical claim that I don't think captures any of the dimensions of the work that we do. And it certainly doesn't capture any of the dimensions of the work we do when a district is in crisis. Most of these things wouldn't really matter if we weren't facing the challenges we're facing. But when we're challenging them, we're pressed to find other ethical standards to guide ourselves. And I think we really need to be able to do that together as a body. Lastly, this whole term, and I mentioned this before, it's driven me nuts that we have this list of agreed norms. We pick one to read, and then we rate how we did, and we have numbers rating, but we don't know what the rate, if someone rated something high or low, we don't know why they rated it high or low. We don't know where in the 5-hour meeting the person felt we fell short or where we really hit the mark. So you can't really do anything with that. As a member, how are we supposed to interpret those things? So I think whatever norms come from the new school committee and whatever policies we choose to enact or edit, that we do some real thinking about how we want to conduct ourselves, what it means to have a habit and a practice, how we balance norms and policies and laws that are in conflict, and find our way together to do that. It's been really hard for us to do that, but I'm hopeful that maybe with the next body it'll be a little easier. Thank you.
Member Agna.
I'm sorry, Member Seraphy Cox, I do have to say something that's probably should have been said during announcements, but I need to do it since it's my last chance. And I just want to say how sorry I am that you won't be on the committee to lead so many of the good things that you've done. And I congratulate Member Stein and Member Weisenfreud on being on the committee and continuing our work. I wanted to say also that Member Gazy and I withdrew the censure items on the agenda because we felt that we made a mistake. And we all make mistakes, and we made a mistake, and we're sorry, very, very sorry if there was damage that was done from that mistake, either to the people involved or just to our community norms. And lastly, I just wanted to say, it's sort of a little Miss Agnes story that I used to say at school, where the challenge, and I think probably Member Gazy and I were struggling over that, to think about the tension between being a person who has opinions and beliefs and also a person who's a member of an organization, and how much freedom we have to talk about those things. And my little Miss Agnes story was when there were literacy battles beginning in the 2016-17 school year, and I was a principal. It wasn't so much about the Lucy Calkins, but it was more about Lucy Calkins didn't have a good phonics program. And there were some schools that had good phonics programs. I have to say Jackson Street had adopted one years before. So I think that we felt that we were going along okay with phonics, and we understood the challenge that there was about the current literacy program that we had. And we had an all-team meeting in which there was discussion about a different phonics program, and there really wasn't an agreement about whether that was going to be adopted. And I felt in my duty as an instructional leader that I needed to check with my teachers and the educators in the building about what they were thinking about phonics and what kinds of ways we wanted to be able to include phonics in our teaching. And somehow the superintendent found out that I had talked to the teachers about it. There were norms that we had in our all team, and he called me to his office, which was an unusual event. And I was like, whoa, okay, I'm being called on the carpet, and was told that I had broached the norm of the all team by talking with the teachers. Being an old lefty revolutionary, I was so offended that I was being questioned about my practice. I kind of came off my high horse and was able to talk about it with the superintendent, with the curriculum director at the time, and then going back to the teachers and talking about how it's sort of like the Rolling Stones song, you can't always get what you want. And it was a lesson for me that I carried with me forever. I think I might have put it in my book that was trashed tonight. I'm sorry that some people don't think it's a good book, but it's about the tension that you have as a public servant or an employee of an organization like I was, of this school system, and holding on to your own beliefs about things. It never really got resolved, and I'm not sure. I would think I would do it differently, but I really remember that, and it really came to my mind in all of the stuff that we've been thinking about as we depart and as we impart our experience, and hopefully our new school committee will find ways to navigate that and work together. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else want to? Okay. Thank you. Moving to, we're now at reports and recommended actions, and Dr. Bonner, superintendent's report.
So everyone's been doing their thank yous. So first off, to Member Agna, Member Davis, Member Gazy, Member Seraphy Cox, Member Hennessy, Member Miller, and Member Levant. I had to look at the list because I did not want to miss it. So on behalf of the district, Your commitment, tireless efforts, and countless hours spent making difficult decisions and setting a vision for the future have a direct and positive impact on every student, teacher, and family. Your willingness to volunteer your time and expertise is a testament to your deep belief in the power of education. So we want to say thank you this evening. So each one of you who will be leaving will receive this bowl that has the Northampton emblem of the N. So this is a gift from the district to you.
Thank you.
Okay. And so keeping with that, because I know,
Yeah, we can put our gorp in it.
so member Seraphy Cox, I know that you're headed out, so I wanted to make sure, I'll pass this, be careful, you can wrap it back, okay. So with that, I'll go into my report and try to be brief. You all kept sending me things that you wanted me to speak on. So let me start with the staff attendance. And so quick findings of the data, overall staff count attendance, the total number of staff that was analyzed for last year. And by the way, the reporting that's on the DESE website, everyone can actually see this publicly. But it was last year's data. And so it took the number of staff analyzed was 511. For those of you who may need to know this, that the breakdown of that is by administrator and teacher, and then the all staff includes the paraeducators. So with that, the overall attendance rate for all staff is 90.6%, with an average of 16.5 absences per staff member. Administrators showed the highest attendance. Their rate was 92.8. And this group also had the lowest average number of absences at 14.3, which is fewer absences than the overall staff average. Teachers are the largest group in the count, and their attendance rate is 91%, which is slightly above the all-staff average of 90.6%. And so on average, the number of absences for teachers is 15.9 days. So just keep in mind that the year for teachers is 185 days, and for administrators is 262 days. So I wanted to kind of give you a sense of where we are now in the new school year. And we are, as of Monday, we are 65 days in. It feels like we're 100 days in. It's been a year. And so from that date, thus far, if I took the culmination of days missed, so far there's been 1,706.3 absence. For our paraeducators, it's 792.99 days of absence. And then our administrators is 111.09 days. And so the primary cause for absences, we see that sickness, of course, is the dominating factor. We have staff who have personal illnesses or are on FMLA. And there was a request to ask about the effects on our substitute line. So we had an opportunity to take a look at what happened last year on our sub line. And so, where is it? So if we were to look at last year's expenditures for covering some of the absences, and not all were covered, there was a total of $816,786, and of that, $524,809 were for teachers. That's the expense there. And I know that was a quick summary, but that's where we are in terms of absenteeism. There was a request for me to briefly talk about the literacy program or addressing our needs of literacy at the high school, particularly.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but since Member Seraphy Cox has to leave soon. I think she wanted to ask a question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm sorry.
specifically-
I didn't,
No,
I
no.
didn't even look up. I was
No, that's
steady
okay.
in it.
Yeah,
Okay.
understandable. Just on the staff retention, after, we received an email about the staff attendance, I dug into the numbers a little bit more, and I saw our staff attendance rate is lower than the state average, which was the concern that a constituent had brought to us. But I looked into our staff retention rate, and our staff retention rate is higher than the state average. So, as well as our staff tend to be, we have older and more experienced teachers and staff members than the state average as well. Not saying anything necessarily about the relationship between illness and age, but just that I take confidence from the fact that our retention rates are higher than the state average, even if our absences are also higher than the state average. So I don't know, Dr. Bonner, if you have, takeaways for the committee or recommendations based on that, but that was just kind of an added few pieces of information that I wanted to make sure to highlight.
For the public, you can actually get that data right on the DESE website under our district profile. And if you go under the tab for teachers, that breakdown is right there in terms of the comparisons and the actual numbers, which I was looking for right now. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions before I move forward?
Member Stein?
Yeah, if it's okay to just take it one by one. I mean, it's just another thing I want to point out is 2024 was last year, right? That was on the heels of over 20 staff positions being slashed. And we heard the entire fall and the entire year about the tremendous stress our staff was under. And I think beyond illness, there's also a lot of stress-related illnesses that happen. It was also on the heels of a vote of no confidence that we really didn't respond to. So, the way morale is, I think affects things too sometimes. And I look at that year as a really difficult year for our staff. And I mention these things because I think it's important to contextualize what was happening when we look at any sort of attendance numbers. And like the other stats that Member Seraphy Cox mentioned, I think we should look at this with a broad prism.
Okay, so the next piece is on literacy at the high school. And so the high school administration and staff are actively addressing the literacy needs identified by last year's diagnostic testing for current ninth graders. Students with IEPs requiring reading support have been placed in Foundations of Reading courses. We were able to create 4 sections of this course by adding a special education teaching position and utilizing existing staff serving 30 students. Targeted interventions, those who are on Tier 2 and 3, our primary current focus is really on addressing those needs of students who fall in those categories, and they require targeted interventions. The English classes at the high school are, which was the main effort of concentration this year, was to keep those class sizes small, and you will find that those classes, all the sections were under 20 students. In general, the administration and the staffing at the high school has prioritized working with those students in those smaller classes. There is a planning for literacy intervention. We currently are piloting a new literacy screener to gather reliable data. A previous free screener was unsatisfactory, addressing the Tier 2 needs. And by the way, I'm speaking in educational jargon, so when I'm talking about Tier 2 and Tier 3, I'm referring to multiple systems of support. Students who are in need of some assistance in whatever area that they may be not successful in. So this does not necessarily mean that they have an IEP. I need to point that out. So addressing Tier 2 need, this new data will help determine the size of the Tier 2 intervention need, which is currently our missing piece. Once we have that data and monitoring tools, we will develop a plan to address it. The need for a dedicated literacy interventionist is recognized. The data from the new screener will accurately define the scope of the role, whether we need a full-time or part-time for a budget proposal next year. And let's see. The last two pieces that people have asked questions about.
Can I say something?
Yeah, yes,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Member Agna, sorry.
No, I'm sorry, Tim. I just wanted to comment that I appreciate that you followed through on my request at the last meeting for a mid-year appropriation for literacy, just based on the presentation that we got at the curriculum subcommittee from Rachel Nichols and Kate Messmer. And I really respect the fact that the way that you went about it was to go to the principal at the high school, where the need is clear, the ninth graders, it's a very clear need, and that he and his English department members are doing so much work to try to figure this out and what would be needed, rather than put the money there before they do the assessments that they're planning to do and decide what it is that they need. So I know that you just said that, but I needed to follow up because I was the one that made that mid-year appropriation request. And I really appreciate the way this has all unfolded. Thank you.
Okay, so out of school time,
Can briefly, Member Stein, and then we can get through the whole.
Yes, some questions on the reading piece here, and I'm of a different opinion. I'm not impressed. I'm frustrated, and I think a lot of community members are frustrated. And so I have a number of questions, but I want to say we can talk about Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports. We don't have any. As we learned last spring from the literacy coach who did the evaluations of not only just the incoming ninth grade class, but all of JFK, the plan was, can we find free curriculum and can she spend an hour with English teachers here and there training them on how to give interventions? And the fact that our plan so far has been, well, we're going to have classes of less than 20 or up to 20, and somehow while they're teaching English content, they're also going with that hour of training, going to give Tier 2 or Tier 3 intervention support to students struggling with reading. It's not serious. And the fact that we couldn't ask for additional interventionists now to begin to work with those students, rather than say what we need to do is, so we're going to fund some literacy screener, we're going to use it. Like, that's a great long-term plan, but the house was on fire, and it's been on fire. And we know that expertise and interventionists were part of the strong budget. They didn't get funded. This is not new. So the idea that, again, we wouldn't take the opportunity to say, here's what we need, this is what would help, is just frustrating. So my questions are very specific. There was about 25 students identified by that screener that were 3 or more grades behind. And in that meeting last spring, there was no commitment that those families would be notified, and there was no commitment that additional things would be done to identify whether or not they needed additional screenings or services. Are they the kids that are in that, getting that Tier 2 and Tier 3 support in the classes? Like, what happened with them? That's what I want to know.
So out of the 25 students, and I will have to check the data to be accurate, so a portion of them went to other schools, and so there are probably about 12 remaining with us in district. Those who have IEPs are placed in Foundations of Reading, and then the 12 that have no IEPs on their grids or whatever, they are in English classes. That's where they are.
So we had.
So the accuracy of those numbers before I am quoted again and again, I need to actually see those numbers and actually have Kate Messmer or Ben Tagliere respond to where those students are. Because not all of them actually ended up at the high school.
And could you also find out if additional testing was needed or if IEP processes were initiated for them based on those test results? Because the 25 were students who were not on IEPs, did not include them. I would really like to know. Thank you.
I don't even know where I am anymore. I'd like to finish the.
Can I say one,
Yeah.
2 sentences? I also, it's alarming information. However, I want to concur with part of what Member Agnes said about the approach of speaking to I think you said Principal Tagliere.
And the English department.
In the English department, because they're the people with the children, and for them to be specific, teachers need to know exactly, okay, where do I need to focus to help this kid? And so gathering that data, I agree the house is on fire, but just running in there without knowing where the people are to go get them isn't going to help anybody. So I just think that I would concur with his approach. He's the educator. And so that's what I would want to say about that.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next section.
Okay. The out-of-school time, the after-school time program. So the proposed program name for the district-wide after-school program for school year 26-27 is IGNITE, I-G-N-I-T-E, which means, if broken down, inspiring growth, nurturing innovation, teaching enrichment. And so just some basic details in terms of where we are as a work group. The district conducted, So as you know, the district conducted surveys in 2022 and 2024 to assess the need for adding out-of-school time care at all 4 elementaries. The new program will be modeled after the Late Birds program at Leeds Elementary School and the base program at Bridge that runs in tandem with the YMCA program. It will run in conjunction with the established YMCA program to provide more opportunities and choice for caregivers. Of course, our target audience is all children in the school community are eligible to enroll. However, there will be an established cap set at each of the buildings. Is all contingent on our staffing. The mission of the program is to nurture the whole child for pre-K through 5 learners by delivering a high-quality after-school program, fostering curiosity and confidence through intentional academic support, diverse extracurricular activities, and consistent opportunities for healthy play and social development. The schedule for the program will run daily from 2:10 through 5:15, excluding holidays and vacation days. Teacher work days and half days will be dependent upon availability of staff, so that's yet to be determined. The core values, the program aims to provide a safe and nurturing environment, prioritize building relationships, and offer quality, affordable childcare with enrichment opportunities. It advocates for ample physical, mental activity, creative outlets, and unstructured playtime. Special education in terms of our students with special needs and IEPs, the programs in Massachusetts after-school programs in Massachusetts or DESE guided programming must provide reasonable accommodations for special education students to ensure equal access as required by federal laws. This program is outside the scope of the instructional day, and we will rely on guidance from DESE and what is required in terms of meeting those students' needs. And then transportation pickup will be via caregiver/family pickup or walk. Then the program fees will be the same as what was set for Leeds in last year, although there might be a reconsideration once we determine what our staffing will be. And embedded within our after-school care, which is after childcare, we will also continue the enrichment classes, and families can actually register for them separately. So, let's see, in terms of what I will be bringing back to this body is the draft job specs for the district-wide director, who I would like to hire by March or by mid-March, so that they can begin to hire staff for the programs and begin to register students for the 26-27 school year. And so that is the after-school program. And the last component of my report for this evening was a quick refresher of graduation requirements. And so, so most of you may be aware, if you're following the news, in terms of the Graduation Council that was charged with conducting a study and to make recommendations concerning the new statewide graduation requirements. It includes, but not limited to, the role of assessment, the potential for differentiated pathways to earning the competency determinations, and the completion of additional experiences that demonstrate civic, college, and career readiness. The interim report was delivered to the governor and the legislator the beginning of last week. And so the final, it was an interim report, so the final report is not due until June 2026. So right now, superintendents are up in the air in terms of when will this actually be implemented once that final report is received, and we are yet to receive a response to that question. Some of the recommendations from this council is in 3 different bands. So learning experiences, which really pertains to the rigorous program of study, showing mastery, and that includes end-of-course assessments and capstones and portfolios. And then there is a component in terms of career and career readiness. So it's a very ambitious way in terms of which our students will be required to meet some of these expectations for graduation. And so we'll see. Everyone's been weighing in. Lots of concerns. It may require some changes at the high school level. And so we are keeping our eye on that. And so that is pretty much what I have for you this
Member Weisenford? Yes, know where that's coming from? Is something hitting that mic? Could you, yeah.
Ah, is it the orange?
I'm not moving any hair or nothing.
No, it just started.
It's like a Roald Dahl story. Active orange.
Do you know what's going on with the fuzzy? Okay, cool.
Even worse.
So my question, Dr. Bonner, so as you know, last time we met, this body approved the district-wide after-school programs modeled on the Leeds program, and at the time there was a bit of public comment from the Y about the status and the future of their after-school care programming. And I'm wondering if you could tell us what conversations went on between you and the mayor and the Y between then and now. I'm just curious what, how this was all decided.
Yeah, so the conversation really persists about the fact that can you run 2 programs simultaneously? And it was primarily about the logistics of spacing, having enough space for both programs to be able to run. And the fact that will our program be pulling students from their programs? And so, we had those conversations and really kind of looked where we can actually run both programs and actually provide more opportunities for families to actually choose which program that they will want to use for their child. The WISE program goes later, so some families may need some additional time for childcare. And then some of the other concerns was, in terms I mentioned, identifying the spaces in which the programs will successfully run. And so right now, that our next steps is really kind of determining where those spaces will be in each of our buildings. Each principal is actually determining that now and will be submitting that information to me. We're also going to be planning a meeting before we go on vacation the end of the month, really kind of touch base with the Y about, this is what we have resolved in terms of the logistics for our spaces, taking a look at how we may have rotating schedules. Then there's some other detailed things that are pertaining to management in terms of entry into the program, in terms of the doors, manning the program, having site coordinators at each of the buildings, having the main director who is going to head this program. And then there'll be some other pieces besides hiring staff. We also have to provide nurse availability, and looking at how we will be addressing our payroll / some of the logistics and administrative work that's behind that. So those are the conversations that occurred with the Y. I do know that the Y was very frustrated in the sense that the vote that occurred, it didn't really say, are you getting rid of the Y program or are you going to allow for the programs to run together? And so that still is an open-ended statement in terms of this body, if they want to decide to completely remove the Y from our school buildings. I would be very concerned if that was the case, but you all ultimately make that decision. But I think that there is enough space where both programs can run, and I think that there's enough need in this district where both programs can run and run successfully.
Thank you so much. And just a quick follow-up question. So is the Y expanding its programming or just keeping it the same?
So right now, in order for them to expand, EEC has to come back and review their programming. So there was a request last year when parents were concerned that there were not enough spots available for their children. So I actually asked them to expand, particularly at Ryan Road. And so right now, I believe that they are capped where they can't go above 65. I don't believe that they're to full capacity. I think that they're about 50% of that. So, but once we start our program, there will be no more requests for expansion unless we have an overabundant need.
Lastly, before I stop talking, I believe that we were completely silent on the issue of the Y.
Mm-hmm.
There was no, and I don't know that it's our role to tell them to operate or not to operate. I mean, I don't know that we need to follow up on that. I don't agree with that.
Member Stein.
Yeah, just a few things. It also relates to the after-school program. And it's twofold. So one is, originally there was a motion to refer this issue to budget and property. It was overseen, we brought back a recommendation that was accepted. It's sort of ambiguous to me if there's still oversight from budget and property under that original referral. So I'd actually like to ask tonight to extend that oversight through the implementation phase of the program. So I'm going to make a motion for that in a moment. But one of the things, one of the reasons I think it's important is I'm not sure that we decided what a number of things were going to look like. We hadn't decided that it was definitely going to end at 515. We hadn't decided what the final pricing structure was going to look like. That was going to be based on some various models. We do need to look at how we secure vouchers, which is possible. So I would really like to have continuing oversight and transparency through the Budget and Property Subcommittee, whoever is doing it next term, on this issue, because it's going to be critically important that we successfully launch this. So I'd like to make a motion to, how should I word this? I want to reauthorize Budget and Property to refer oversight of the out-of-school time program to the Budget and Property Subcommittee through its implementation.
I'll second that.
Motion's made and seconded. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, so as you all are considering that vote, I just want to make you cognizant that this is programmatic and that the better fit for oversight of this is the curriculum committee.
I just want to commend you. That was a huge task that was sort of dropped on you a month ago, and it's pretty remarkable what's been pulled together already. So I just wanted to note that. Member Miller.
I'm sorry, I didn't
All
realize.
I wanted to say was that I would hope that there, as the next school committee comes in and they look at this even further, that the Y program be accessible and available as well, because it extends for families that need extended time, later time even than 5:15. It allows them the choice of our program, which sounds very good, but it allows them to choose whether they want to use our program or the Y, because also the Y is able to offer even later times, I think. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Member Hennessy.
A question and a comment. I was unclear about the accessibility with respect to special ed supports.
So unlike the Y program, they allow access for every child.
Yes.
They don't deny, but their provision of one-on-one paras and so on, they're limited. And so if we were to run our program, that would be a consideration that we would have to provide for our students.
Great, I would hope we would. Thank you.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see, and hear this update about the rollout. Thank you so much to Superintendent Bonner and the ALT team for getting right on this. Just wanted to voice my support for the motion on the floor. And, the Budget and Property Subcommittee has done a lot of work in terms of educating itself about this issue, and while Carrie won't be on the committee next term, the other two members will. So I just think it's a good opportunity to continue continue that. So yeah, thanks so much to everyone for your leadership on this. Really excited. I could have used it when my kid was little.
Can I ask a question?
There's three other hands first.
Oh, I didn't even say.
Member LeBounty.
Thank you. I'm in support of the motion. I think there's a lot of budget aspects to that program that need to be addressed by the Budget and Property Committee. Maybe it's a case where the two subcommittees come together and do work together on whatever the programmatic pieces are, whether we feel like there's some curricula piece that needs to happen. But I do feel like because there's thinking about do we use the revolving fund, or there are other things so I just want to say I'm supporting of the motion.
Member Agna. You're muted.
Sorry. Uh, Correct me if I'm wrong, may have changed the policy, but regarding the Y and holding a program in the schools, I thought it was pretty straightforward that they applied, and if there was space, they would be granted it. So it wasn't something that had to do with anything else. They just asked for the space, and the building use people looked at it, whether there was space, and then they approved it. And each year it was approved. But so I don't know if there's something that we have to decide whether the Y can or cannot be there. I think it's more based on the building use, is my understanding. But that's it. Thanks.
So with that mention of building use, so it's been a gentleman's agreement, or in this case in Northampton, it's been a ladies' agreement, where we've always had that relationship where the Y was running those programs in our building. We didn't charge them any rent or whatever, but because they were servicing our children. And so it was definitely a true partnership. And so what the request of the Y is that we will codify that partnership with a memorandum of agreement. It gives them some assurances.
Member Gazy?
I'd just like to ask the superintendent what her reasons were for thinking that the oversight might be better with curricula. I have to agree with Member LaBounty's.
Well, it's a combination, but I don't want it to just be perceived as a money thing. There's things that are going to be happening. It's not just a babysitting kind of situation.
Yeah.
There's opportunity for the enrichment programs. There will be other things that will be happening in those programs. So I just need a balance of an understanding of someone level-headed to be able to have a conversation around the program itself and what it brings to the district, and not just look at the financials.
I think in that case, I think that I agree with Member LaBounty that some kind of dual partnership through curriculum and the financials and the programming might be beneficial.
Anyone else who hasn't spoken yet? Oh, I'm so sorry, Member Davis, I forgot.
I just put my hand down because I think it might have been answered, because I was going to say, can it be both subcommittees? And that, with the understanding that communication with multiple subcommittees might be tricky, but I think.
You could have a joint meeting.
Okay, that's great. I think that there's multiple things to put this together.
You just spoke. So Member Stein, and then I'll come back to you.
Just a few things. When we made our vote and the motion, it was to establish an out-of-school time aftercare program, and we were very clear that that was not the same thing as an enrichment program, that those were different things. And today we're hearing, and I think it's a good reason to say that this is a combined effort, but the vote we made and the deliberation we had very clearly delineated these things. And now it's being presented as if they're together, right? That's not what we voted for. And what we heard today was it's a combination of the base program and the lead style program, which is merging those two things, right? And in our deliberation, when we authorized this, we were very clear we were not talking about the enrichment piece. We were talking about the out of care time. So in a way, I feel like this idea has maybe gone beyond what the actual motion authorized, frankly. There could be very good reasons to do that. But I raised this because we're talking about which subcommittees might be involved in oversight, okay? So if the motion we made didn't have this programmatic aspect, it may not make sense to actually refer it to curriculum. The other thing is, we can refer it to both and you don't necessarily have to meet jointly, right? We do things all the time regarding reading interventionists on the budgetary side. They do all sorts of things in the curriculum committee regarding reading interventions on the curriculum and learning side. And those things kind of independently operate. I like to watch them and learn, and vice versa. We could also come together, but it's not like every meeting has to be joint, because that's just not how we operate. So, I mean, I'm certainly open to the idea of amending my motion to refer it to both. I don't think that hurts. I think that's great. But I do think there's this question of what did we actually vote for, and was it that? Did we commit to that? The other piece I want to note is that people speak as if it's a given our program can't go past 515 because the LEADS program didn't go past 515. I don't know that that's a given. It's something we can think about and look at. Just like we look at all the staffing, this is a moment where you can think through things differently. So we might be able to do that. And lastly, when we voted to establish this program, we voted to establish it, which means how should we run this in the best way to serve our students? And I'm not clear that this is the case, but if we're trying to say what's the best way we can run this alongside the why, we might structure how we do this differently than if we just said what's the best way for us to run this. And I think depending what you're holding in your mind, when you're talking about building usage, et cetera, if what we're trying to do is accommodate these two things running in tandem, you might get different outcomes than if you just were doing what the task was, which was we're going to launch a program. It might look differently. So it's another reason I feel like we need some oversight. And yeah, thank you.
I just want to note that, we tasked the superintendent with this humongous project. And in doing so, empowered her to do that. And it does involve operations. And so I think we need to give her some latitude to figure out the way that's going to work within these buildings, which is her job. Member Gazy.
When Member Stein was talking about committing to our prior vote committed to a certain plan of action, I think that one of the things that you always have to keep in mind while you're developing programs is their evolving nature as you get more information on possibilities or limitations, financial pieces, what we can do, what we can't, how far we can go. So I don't think that there needs to be this great concern about committing to our prior vote as long as we have sort of oversight of it. And to that mind, I would like to suggest that Member Stein consider a friendly amendment to include both.
We can't do them anymore, but if you were to make an amendment motion, I would support it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, she's not here.
It's not,
Yeah.
Once it's there, it's owned by all of us. So
Okay.
he or she or anybody
So
can.
how do I do this? I say I'd like to make a different amendment.
Amend the motion on the floor.
I'd like to amend the motion on the floor to the fact to include both the curriculum committee and the
Budget and property.
budget, it's late, thank you, the budget and property committee to work with the superintendent in developing this program.
The a motion to amend has been made by Member Gazy. Is there a second?
Second.
Member Seraphy Cox? Member Seraphy Cox, seconded by Member Seraphy Cox. Any discussion to the amendment?
I'm just wondering if Cassie can read the motion back to us.
Holly made a Holly made a motion to amend the motion on the floor to include both the curriculum and budget and property committee to work with the superintendent in developing this program.
Great, thank you.
Are you still seconding?
I am, yep.
Okay. Any discussion to that amendment? Holly, Holly, your hand's up, but that's.
It's,
from before.
you know,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, member Stein.
Just one question, and I don't want to amend it further, but like, originally, I think the language I had chosen was oversight. I don't know that there's a meaningful difference between oversight and working together, but, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is we're referring it to these bodies. Like, there's something about we refer it, and I don't know that it matters. I just want to put that on the record, that that's how I'm understanding this.
Yeah.
Wasn't that a part of the motion that Cassie just read, to refer? Was that the word that
Yes.
you used?
Yeah, I don't think that was the word that was under question or being talked about. Member Hennessy.
A question to whomever. Is this proposal of these two committees coming together short-term until it gets established, or this is something that's going to be going on forever once it's established?
It's just for the,
Just for
this
the establishment of a
particular
period.
project.
Great.
One
That's it.
project.
Yep, no, that's what my initial understanding was, but then I got a little lost with that.
Yeah, the first motion was like through the implementation, but I don't know if it carried, I don't think it carried over, but that's what I'm assuming, yeah.
Okay, so can we do a roll call on the amendment, please?
I've lost where we are. So Mayor Shara,
Yes?
Member Gazy,
Yes?
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Hennessy.
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member LaBounty.
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Okay, and now we need a vote on the motion as amended, yes?
Right.
Any further discussion? Okay, when you're ready, Cassie.
Yep. Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Hennessy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member LaBounty,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes. Okay, we are on to the business administrator's report. Bobby. Where are you, Bobby? Hi, Bobby.
So my info is in your packet. I really don't have much to add. I'll take any questions. Next month, or probably February, because January sounds like just a reorg, I will do an in-depth quarterly report for the new committee.
Okay, member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, I just, I don't remember where I heard this. I want to say maybe Dr. Bonner. Am I misremembering here that you had at one point said that in a previous district of yours, the budget committee had gone over, like, in detail with the business manager, the either monthly or probably monthly reports. You know how we go kind of more in detail once a quarter, but that the budget committee had gone over that in more detail monthly? Am I making this up in
No,
my
you're
head?
not. I don't remember when I said it, but I did say it a couple of
Okay,
times.
good.
But,
So-
so when the new subcommittees are established, it would be a nice practice to begin, but, you
Yeah.
know, we'll see what comes, what may.
Yes, yes. I just wanted to voice my appreciation for that suggestion, because I think that it's a really good thing, you know, for somebody to be digging in on it, but it should not be the whole committee. So, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yep, and I'm happy to do that.
Great, thank you, Bobby. Oh, do you have it? Okay, nothing further for this? Then we will move on to Rules and Policies Subcommittee Report, Member Gazy.
Mostly, we worked on the policy that we just passed. We also made plans to have a working meeting, be our December meeting, where we go through all the minutes of the last 4 years of our meetings in the school committee to note on a spreadsheet all the, when we've talked about different policies, where we are in the progress, and when it's been passed, when it's been posted, so that the incoming rules and policy will have an idea where to start. And as for the ongoing issues of, where is it? I'm just looking for. We reviewed that we had a cell phone policy update, bathroom signage update. We're leaving those for the next committee to deal with, along with a suggestion from an incoming member that we consider our security camera policies. We do have a mention of it in one policy, I forget which one it is, that's mentioned, so there is coverage, but there's a lot more to it than we had in 2003. And there should be, in addition, notices for students and families in our code of conduct. So that's an issue that I think the next Rules and Policy Committee should also take up.
Thank you for doing all that work. That's all
That's
you
it.
have for that.
That's
Okay.
it.
Budget and prop. Oh, wait, sorry, hold on. Remember.
So you said that.
Wait, you're not, okay.
Okay, I didn't knock you guys out.
No. Member Seraphy Cox, did you have a question about?
Yes.
Yes.
Just a note for Holly that as you're doing that working meeting, which sounds amazing and so useful, and this spreadsheet is like, Dr. Bonner, when you first came on, you spearheaded creating that spreadsheet and has been instrumental in helping us to actually know where all the policies are and all of that sort of thing. However, there are a lot of policies on the board docs website, posting that are still not the most updated versions that we have created. So as you're going through the spreadsheet, if you could just double check, what's actually publicly posted, that would be amazing.
Yeah. Our official posting of policies, we no longer use board docs, so I don't know how long that will be up there, but.
They're on the website.
But all of our policies are updated on the website. The Northampton
Okay,
website.
well, so then I guess checking to make sure that the policies on the website are updated.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, what's that? Budget and property.
Also try to be quick, but we already talked a little bit about the bus contract and voted on that. The other item that occupied pretty much our entire meeting was really a transportation analysis to determine whether or not bringing some of our transportation services in-house could recognize some savings for the district. And this is something that we've been talking about for quite a while with Bobby and Tammy Lieber, the Director of Transportation. And Tammy's idea originally was that the area we might recognize the most amount of savings and the biggest return was in some of our special education transportation. So she focused her analysis with Bobby on those areas and came back to us with a presentation at our last subcommittee meeting outlining what it would look like and what it would cost to bring these services in-house and where it would raise or lower pricing. And for me, I think the big takeaway is once you deal with some of the upfront capital costs of vans, we would recognize the savings. And that the recommendation also from Tammy was, and Bobby, was to slowly phase this in over a number of years. So not try to take everything over at once and outlay a big amount, but really in a gradual approach. And there, I think capital asks line up with the phased approach there presented to us. So I think we should do it. I think in addition to some cost savings, it gives us a lot more control. And it also gives us frankly, a better service for our students and more regularity for some of our most vulnerable students. Yeah, and less liability, yes. So I think it's a good idea, and it's something we could build on to see what other areas, as transportation contracts get more and more expensive, could we potentially recognize savings if we bring them in-house? We didn't take a vote to recommend it. I don't know if we want to propose a motion tonight. We don't have the spreadsheet for our colleagues, right? But I would say that it was, you can speak for yourselves, but my impression was that we all felt like this was worthwhile to do, and we thought the proposal that Bobby and Tammy presented should be pursued.
Okay.
And I can ask Bobby and Tammy if they can share the spreadsheet with you all. And you can also see the discussion where we went through all the pieces if you're interested.
Bobby, were you going to say something?
No, just that I can do that for sure.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, Member Gazy, your cell phone policy ad hoc committee report.
Okay, I have to say that although Ana Lucia is the only student, although we had more, who has consistently come to every meeting, she has done an amazing job in her ability to bring student voice to our committee. That survey that she did had over 300 respondents. And then after that, between our last meeting and now, she managed to organize and collate all of those ideas into a coherent presentation that has many good ideas that we will have to explore further. So congratulations to her, because her diligence has been exceptional. We had asked them to weigh in, we'd asked the students to weigh in on different options that we had seen in other schools about progressive discipline, with the consideration that we are a district that emphasizes restorative practices. So we did not want suspensions or anything to be a part of that. As she detailed, we came up with a 4-step process, and she outlined that. The fourth most serious step after multiple infractions. Excuse me? What? Oh, sorry. After multiple infractions was similar to what is currently done at the middle school, where they have a cell phone plan with the caregivers that the student either turns in the cell phone when they come to school or they keep it at home for a month. And then after that month, all the privileges are reinstated. They also could be detention for reflection or a learning model based on social media awareness or something like that. At the elementary level, we are looking at off and away in backpacks. Many kids wear smartwatches. They have continued to allow the students, we talked with the Ryan Road principal. The first offense, the watch goes into the backpack, if they see them check, not just checking the time, but the second one, the watch goes to the office and caregivers are phoned. And then the third infraction, a cell phone, a watch plan is developed similar to, they don't have it for a month. We looked at emergency protocols for students with medical needs or 504s. One suggestion that one school does is for students with anxiety issues, that they build time into the schedule for them to check in with home or whatever. We looked at an attestation form that parents would sign at the beginning of the year saying they were aware of the agreement. We thought about starting our pilot for the beginning of the 26 and 27 years. As it would be a pilot, we would like to collect data and start collecting data right now so that we would have a baseline of before and after that might include things like discipline, attendance rates, participation in extracurricular activities, bullying incidents, interactions of students in cafeterias. And the superintendent is going to ask adjustment counselors for their input on other data categories so that we could look and see if there was improvement or whatever. And our next steps looking at it is educating caregivers. Members of the ad hoc committee in December are going to Chicopee High School to watch the beginning of the day at 7 o'clock.
Do I have to go?
I figure you'll be there, right? And, how long it takes to get through the door, how many people, how it works, and talk with people there. And the other issue is how to manage the bring your own device, because currently students at JFK are being given the new updated, I think they're like Surfaces or something, the updated Chromebooks. And, frankly, I think that suggestion of making it a progressive thing on the bring your own device, but that's something that we haven't discussed yet. So we have there's another meeting for the committee in January to look at how some of these things have been written up and to look at those issues. And that's it. And just to say that I think that the student voice is incredibly important. Anna Lucia has done an amazing job bringing that, but I think, perhaps looking at, the student council would be a good source of maybe people who would be willing to take the time and come, and we should not just solely rely on her and, maybe give up on the others that we've had and have been no-shows and, target some of those kids who are so articulate tonight.
Do you know, and I'm sorry if I missed this, the survey that they did, was that just NHS or was it also JFK?
It was just NHS. JFK has sort of a more strict policy.
We just, someone, one of them said that they felt that the committee was sort of skewed towards one point of view. You know, we asked people to express their interest, and then from that group, we tried to find representation from all the different schools and the different stakeholders. And so it wasn't, you know, if it was not intended to be unbalanced in any way. We tried to make sure that everyone was represented, but it may have been a self-selecting group who said that they wanted to participate. So, but I didn't know anyone's association with anything when I was making those decisions with Dr. Bonner. We just wanted to make sure that we had people from each school, we had caregivers, we had staff, and all sorts of, everyone sort of represented on it. Okay, Member Miller.
I only was going to suggest that if you're looking for other students to put on the committee, that you might ask the guidance counselors or the adjustment counselors, because sometimes I think that the the student council is a select body of students. It's usually it's the more academically oriented, functional student. I don't know. It just that I think you get a broader term if you were to ask guidance counselors or adjustment counselors for other suggestions.
Good recommendation, thank you. Anyone else? Nope. Okay. Member Agna, are you up for MASC, MASS report?
I'm not up,
Well,
but I am.
sorry, that was a poor choice of words on my part.
That's okay. I won't be long. I just wanted to both say, in advance of our new school committee, that I hope that the members of the new school committee will consider going to this conference. It's an annual conference. It's in November. It's a joint conference of the Massachusetts School Committee and also Massachusetts superintendents. I've been to many conferences in my life, and this one is very high quality. There were so many, it was hard to choose the workshops because there were so many that I wanted to go to, but I wanted to highlight a couple, 2 or 3, and I just took pictures of things, but I will be able to send a couple of things to, I think, to Kate Mesmer and Dr. Bonner. The one that Julie Spencer Robinson is part of is a consortium through UMass that has a free Massachusetts Consortium for Innovative Educational Assessment. And the way I took a picture of is how they look at determining performance. And it's very, very good stuff. And it's free. There were districts that presented it at the conference of how they look at performance tasks. It's very authentic. It's really good stuff. So I just wanted to highlight that, and I will send it downtown to you, Dr. Bonner. I'm not sure you were at it, but the other one I wanted to highlight was from the William James College, Leading Transformative Mental Health in Schools, a Systems Intervention for K-12 Schools. It was very impressive how they look at the whole school system in terms of mental health. And that means students, staff, and school committees. So I think it could be something that, I know it would have a cost to it, but it is the districts that spoke to the work that has been done by this group from William James College. It's been very significant in addressing the issues of mental health, which I thought about tonight when we were talking about the bathrooms and why people may not be adjusting so well to classrooms. I would like to also point out the panel that I happened to be on, communicating with care after incidents of bias and harm. I would say that the two presenters from the collaborative were really outstanding, and they're part of the Joy and Justice department at the collaborative. I had a piece of it, but theirs was the bulk of it. And I think that many schools all over the place, but maybe in our district, are looking at how to interrupt and communicate when there are incidents of bias and harm. And the Joy and Justice Department is really fine at helping school districts do that. I think they're working in Chicopee, as a matter of fact. I'm not sure. And I think that was all of the ones that I wanted to highlight. The resolutions went through. I have to admit, I didn't stay for the whole 3-hour or 4-hour time that they do these resolutions because it was Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock. And I did need to get a ride home, and the ride was leaving. But I will send you the report on all the resolutions if you're interested in knowing what went through. I provided those resolutions to you in advance. It's rare that they don't go through, but it's an interesting process. It just was, I don't know why they schedule it on the last day at 4 o'clock. Seems a little bit difficult for people to try to stay for. Anyway, I hope people will go to this conference. It's really good, and you can also network a lot. I met with an East Hampton school committee person for a while, and it's just one of those things where you find out what's going on, not just in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. I would agree. I was able to go this year, and there are a lot of great workshops. So many, as you said, that you can't really find yourself having to choose. And learn some good stuff and stuff that there are a couple of things that Dr. Bonner and I talked about trying to implement in the next term. There's always multiple sessions on how to make your meetings more efficient or not go so late and make them just run more smoothly. And so picked up a couple ideas. Thank you for that. Now, moving on to the superintendent search update, Member Agna, and then I can jump in too if you need help.
Yeah, that'd be great. And it's Member Gazy, but I will take, since you had to do a lot tonight, Member Gazy. And also Member Labounty. We're about to finish our time in doing this. I think at our last meeting, we shared with you some of the documents, including the profile that we're going to just do some revisions of and updating to make sure it's a profile that makes sense for us to send out. I did check with MASC again about their advice on posting, and they were very clear again that they think if you do a post that goes internally and externally through school committee, it can be as effective, if not more effective, in eliciting people from your own district, people who know the district, as well as people from the area, and is a cost saving. They did emphasize that they are there for consultation. So if people need to find out more things or have questions, they're at the ready to answer questions. Just not that they would be leading it unless you, as the new school committee, decided you wanted that. So I'd like to turn it over to the mayor about the next plan, the plan for this search,
Sure.
if you would.
Yeah, gladly. So first of all, Cassie has agreed to project manage this, so thank you so much for that. We are working with HR on figuring out how to, fund those additional hours that she's going to put into this. So I'm really grateful that she's agreed to take this on. Additionally, I'm catching up on the email you sent me, Cassie. It looks like the collaborative is willing to do parts of the, some of the things that we were maybe concerned about, like you called them focus groups. Those are the organizing with all the different stakeholders.
Stakeholders, yeah.
When you have finalists, so that's kind of this whole ballet that you have to do to get the different finalists to the different schools, meeting with the different stakeholders. And then additionally, we have members that then go to their districts if possible as well. So that's great that the collaborative is going to help us with that. We are, as Member Agnes said, so you also saw the brochure before. We're just making final sort of updates to it. And that is going to be done tomorrow, maybe?
Tomorrow.
Yeah. And then we're looking to post the position and put out a press release or put out something that basically indicates to the community that we're looking for them to participate in this process and asking for people's interest in being on the committee. So we will, do similar to what we did last time, but we want to get that out before the end of the year so that we can kind of get this really moving and continuing to move in January. So huge thanks, Cassie and Member Agna, Member Gazy, Member LaBounty for all the work that you did. And thank you for pulling together all of these resources so that you can kind of hand it over. And we are going to keep it moving. And we'll, probably, I'm not sure if we want to do it at the organizational meeting, but we'll have sort of we'll have an update with a timeline soon for everybody. So.
And just, if I might add, we're also doing a survey that we'll post on the NPS website, so members and, stakeholders, can provide input on what they value in a superintendent.
Right. So, yeah, there are a lot of pieces that have to happen in the next month. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. No. Okay. 2 weeks. Yes. Thank you. Okay. Yes, member side.
I just want to thank you all for this work and setting up the next committee. It's a lot to figure out, and really appreciate Cassie stepping into that void to pull this all together. The only thing I was curious about was just sort of, I guess, like the size and the timeline for putting together what do we call it? It will be the superintendent search committee, right? You were the, whatever, the next group that's going to, work on the search. I didn't know, Mayor, if you knew yet, like when you were thinking of like what that timeline process looks like, and then if you had ideas. I don't remember last time, I know it was pretty large. I don't know how large the search committees tend to be or what the compositions tend to look like. I remember there was at least a few committee members on it, I think, last time. Two committee members, and yeah, I'm just curious about those pieces. And you may not know yet, which is also fine.
It was pretty large last time. I imagine it will be similarly large this time. We included students, we included groups that aren't always included by these sort of searches, and so that made it a larger group.
Social workers.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up anything. Do we have anything from the, did you send it to me?
There are caregivers, students, teachers, union, pretty much anybody that touches the schools is represented.
Do you remember the total number last time?
I think it's about 14.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And did you need me to find that timeline that we gave you?
No, I have the timeline, and then Cassie sort of made another timeline or sort of made it more granular for all the bits and pieces.
Plan.
A work plan, thank you. But I would, if we haven't found it yet, if we have the list of the last participants, that would be great.
That.
Okay, you've got that, and.
You and I are scheduled for next week, and we'll do that.
Okay, so we'll look at that and make sure that when we put it out into the world, we are hitting all of those groups to make sure that they know that this is available. But this is also something for, I know many of you are leaving, remaining school committee members, but, all of you you still have your networks, put it out to all of your listservs, your networks, saying that we are looking for folks who want to be involved in the search. And there'll be lots of opportunities for people to weigh in on what they want, but if they want to be on the actual search committee, there'll be a deadline for indicating that.
I know you know this, and I'm sure everyone else does, but in case people don't, there's a lot of openings.
Oh,
There's going to be
yes.
more.
MASC has made that
Yeah, it's
very,
really
very clear.
amazing, including the collaborative.
Yeah, yes.
Can you read that in terms of
That's
what
just-
we should think about?
Chop, chop, like, be quick.
Like, okay, so like.
No, well,
move
partially
fast
that,
or-
but like, there's a lot of Western Mass
Openings.
competition.
Okay.
And there's going to be a couple more, I think.
I mean, our goal is to post very
Yeah.
soon.
Yeah.
And then, you'll have a period of time while it's open, and in that time, we'll gather the group, the committee.
There'll be just a lot of moving parts, I suspect. Some people might be moving,
Right.
It'll be an interesting experience for you all.
Yep.
Thanks, Mary.
It's a little bit mean. Member Miller.
Well, first of all, I agree with what Member Hennessy just said. They got us moving, and, there's a lot of other districts looking at the same time, so, but they were so helpful in narrowing down the choices that then we, as a larger group, interviewed. And we got to interview every one of them. And one of the things that occurs to me is that although there was at least one other candidate that was very strong. And I just wonder about checking in with that particular person about whether they're still looking. But MASC was so helpful, and we basically got to go to the meetings, and we ended up with candidates that we got to interview. And I think they're enormously helpful.
Member Agnam, maybe you're going to speak to this. Oh, sorry, were you
Kind of
done?
on the same one, so.
I was just going to say a couple of things. I think I said before that the candidates we interviewed were all of them impressed that we had students on the committee, and they had never had that experience. And the second thing, not to counteract your thought, Member Miller, is that we've talked also with Chad Dunham, is that his name? The Director of Human Services and HR, anyway. He is going to be helpful in scanning the resumes in the same way that he does for all of the applicants to Northampton schools, so that there will be other ways that this can go forward. I think MASC was good, but I also think that having Cassie, I have great faith in you, Cassie, in your ability to organize, and also in our HR department in really helping with the applications, because the way we got those applicants to be interviewed were basically that they just looked to make sure they were licensed and that they, had some experience. All the factors that we put in our brochure to make sure that those applicants met those standards and requirements. So I have total faith at this point, and good luck, good luck, good luck.
Thank you. Yes, I should have mentioned that we also, when we met to talk about this, we met with Tracy Harity from HR, who had been in central office before, so has a lot of knowledge and had been through a couple, maybe at least one or two superintendent searches. So it was great to loop her in, and so she's going to help. And yes, HR has agreed to do that sort of initial screening. And also, Member Agnew, you had sort of an interesting communication with MASC where they kind of volunteered to, for free, do some things, but it's not entirely clear what they would do.
It was very informal conversation.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to go back to them to make sure that I understood both their thoughts and direction about our approach and not engaging them for $20,000. They reassured me and meant for me to share that they are there to help. They will help if we need their help. They're not going to do the on-the-ground kind of organizing the focus groups and things, but I think that that's something that can be managed, again, within our district. So I think that it's really important that you think about calling one of the either regional directors or Glenn Kuchar himself. He'll answer the phone. I've talked to him a couple times to just to give you an outlook, including an outlook on what is available. I mean, who is available in our region as far as applicants. I think that if it's posted on School Spring, it goes national. It goes national and is internal. I know that having done many searches myself as a principal, that we would get applicants from all over the country simply because it was posted on School Spring.
Yep. So it's going to be a lot of work, but I think we have a good team to do it. So thank you, Cassie, so much for being willing. Appreciate it. Okay. Any future topics? Member Weisenfeld.
I'd like us to talk about what we're going to do about the bathrooms at the high school, incorporating some of the data and suggestions and solutions that the students provided us with today.
Okay. So that's probably not going to be on the organizational meeting agenda, but we will note it, remember it for the next meeting. Okay. Rules and policy is meeting new?
Yes.
Yes?
We're meeting Wednesday. It's hybrid, but it's not at the superintendent's office. It's going to be at my house with cookies. But we will have our Zoom on. As Member Stein
Let's talk about that after this meeting.
Oh, you can't do that?
No, you
Okay, we'll do it somewhere with cookies. We can do cookies, right?
Cookies are
Okay.
fine.
Well,
It
then we
just,
can
it
do
needs
the
to be in a public space that anyone can enter, and it needs to be accessible.
Yeah.
Is your home accessible, like, for a wheelchair?
Well, that's
Can
okay.
can
do
we
it at
check
the
with Leila and
super-
get back to you on that?
Yeah, we can do it at the superintendent's office.
Sorry to be
She-
a
she
buzzkill,
offered hers.
but it is a public meeting.
Okay. It is a public meeting. Mostly we're at Zoom.
Right.
I mean, we are going to be Zooming. Maybe we should just do it all Zoom
And you'll deliver cookies?
ourselves, yeah.
And, you know, if
Virtual
two of us are in the same place, does it matter?
No.
We'll get our.
We'll have to
cookies
talk
out.
about it.
We'll figure it out, because, you know, I'm happy to do it at the superintendent's office. We just want to be able to, you know, we're all sort of old-fashioned, so sometimes being able to look over the other person's shoulder and see which one they're working.
You lost me, but maybe
Yeah,
that's okay.
don't worry.
Okay.
We got all together.
All right, so rules and policy, December 17th, 4 to 5 p.m., Zoom. And if it's going to be hybrid, that location will be posted on the agenda. The next school committee meeting is January 8th at 6:30 p.m., hybrid here in the community room and also on Zoom. That will be the organizational meeting for the next school committee. Then are these January dates for budget and property and rules and policy, are those set or?
They're set using.
We haven't voted on this calendar.
Correct.
Right. Okay, I'm going to announce them as like a placeholder, but at the organization meeting, the school committee will vote on a calendar. And I don't, if by January 12th, I don't know if budget and property will be up and running yet, but we'll see. So budget and property, January 12th, 5 to 6 on Zoom, and Rules and Policy, January 21st, 5 to 6, also on Zoom.
I move to adjourn.
I was hoping you would.
Second.
And Margaret?
Yes.
And seconded by member
Davis.
Aileen Davis. Okay. Roll call, please, on adjourning for this term of the school committee.
And Margaret, I think you should go first.
Yes, I would like to.
Member Hennessy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member LaBounty.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
No.
Oh, nice. That was good.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your service.
10:20, not bad.
Yeah.